Hello, everyone. I'm here at the SNB Esports Arena, where I'm going to be getting a little bit of a behind-the-scenes look at Crossfire, because a little birdie told me it's going to be really affecting the championship rankings. Hi, Wendy.
Hi, Moxie. Glad to see you here.
Yeah, it's so good to be able to catch up with you as we talk about Crossfire, because this is the game that's really going to impact the club championship rankings overall for EWC.
Yes, of course, because we got 3 teams in the top 4, the Twisted Minds, the Team Liquid, and Team Falcons. And actually, Team Falcons is the #1 seed right now at the club champions ranking, but they only got 4,700, I guess, and Team Liquid got 4,200. So if Team Liquid got the champions of the Crossfire, they're gonna be the top 1. Of course, Twisted Minds, but they did their very first match at today, but they lost. I would say a little bit pity.
But what about Liquid? Because you were saying, right, if Liquid managed to win this entire thing, their club championship rankings are going to be way through the roof. What's their chances of being able to walk away with the Crossfire win?
Well, because Team Liquid got a very serious weapon called Goken. Goken come back to Brazil and he'll support Team Liquid to dominate the whole game. They dominate this game today, right now.
Well, let's see if Liquid can find the win. Keep your eye on Crossfire, and we'll see how it affects the overall standings of EWC.
Boy, what a day one. What a day one at the NARAKA MSC at EWC 25 Festival. We just finished the solos tournament, and it was just so poetic. Not only was it Spider, it was also Mike there on the final play that we got a chance to see, but I decided to go and explore the festival, and I'm seeing Moxie. She's currently going to be playing. Let's see what she's up to, because we've been seeing penguins, we've been seeing other animals and stuff. Moxie, how are you enjoying the festival?
I've been really enjoying the festival. I've been trying my hand at, some of the fun end games that we have here at the EWC Boulevard. Unfortunately for me, my hand-eye coordination means I've been trying to win the prize by knocking it over rather than the cubes you should probably be hitting.
Well, let's see what you got. Come on. I think we'll just go on with the trios.
Yes, NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Do not be deceived, for it is a gentleman's game of skill and strategy. The precision, the mobility, the strength. Violent? It's sportsmanship at its finest. When it comes to teamwork, NARAKA is pinnacle. Players working together seamlessly as one, where no quarrel will come between them and their quest for glory. Whilst other games glorify chaos, in NARAKA BLADEPOINT, harmony is king.
Oh, sinners, let's go down, don't you wanna calm down?
Now, professional NARAKA BLADEPOINT players are professional in every sense of the word. Forged in battle, they realize that this is not just a game, this is a way of life. Hey, I'm trying to make content here! So unprofessional. Who am I kidding? I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our Trios tournament at the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Mid-Season Championships at the Esports World Cup Festival 2025. My name is Barney Banks, and I am joined by the awesome Seven, who's going to break it all down for you.
Thank you, Barney. Yesterday, we had an amazing finish to this solos tournament. Spider was able to become the championship, but today is going to be triple the action as the trios are going to be coming in. So let's go into this quick little trios format and see what's going to be happening today. Barney, I got to get to the studio too.
For the first time at the EWC Festival, NARAKA BLADEPOINT takes to the stage in Riyadh. 12 of the best teams from around the world will do battle at the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Mid-Seasons Trio Invitational.
Fighting for glory and a share of the $350,000 prize pool. Here's how it's all going down.
First up, the point system. It's 1 point per kill and ranking points based on when your team was eliminated. In the event that multiple teams survive when the match timer reaches 0, they'll all receive ranking points based on the number of teams alive. So if 3 teams survive, they all get ranking points based on a 3rd place finish, with tiebreakers being decided in order of kill points, survival rankings, and total damage. These tiebreaker rules will then give us our match winner. In addition to this, there is a coefficient points multiplier for the first ranked team's kill score, but only if they're the last team standing. Players will battle across a maximum of 8 maps, earning game points which are a combination of your ranking points plus your kill points. 47 game points is the key. Once a team reaches this threshold, their next win will seal their tournament victory and secure them the top prize, crowning themselves the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Mid-Seasons Trios champions at the EWC 25 Festival.
I see what you guys are trying to do. You're trying to replace me with Viper. Don't be doing that. I know Marty left me behind, but it's okay. I'm here now. Welcome to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Mid-Season Championship at the Esports World Cup Festival 25. Today, we're going to be crowning a Trios champion. It's going to be exciting. My name is the 7WG. I'm going to be your desk host. Now, I wouldn't be able to do this by myself. We're also going to have HipBrain. We have Seb. And the amazing Dunkin' Donuts. But before we even get started into everything, we got to take a look at the players because I hear that they're currently leaving the hotel, trying to get here in time, trying to get everything going. And this is presented to you by Jamil Motorsports. HipBrain, how are you feeling today for the Trios?
I'm feeling very ready for this. I love Trios. Solos was brilliant yesterday. I think Trios is going to deliver today.
I think so too. I mean, the amazing storyline that we had yesterday for Solos, I couldn't believe it. You guys were saying that it was one of the best finishes that we have ever seen. Seb, how are you feeling?
I am absolutely thrilled to be here, and yet Solos yesterday, one of the most poetic finishes with 2 of our Titan rivals fighting against each other for the win. Spider ended up coming out on top, and it was just a beautiful finish.
I mean, we're talking about what happened with Solos. Let's take a look at the Korea top plays from yesterday from the Solos tournament because we're going to be seeing insane action, and I'm pretty sure, Duncan, we're also going to be seeing what happened at the end with that amazing finish between Spider and Mike.
Yeah, we certainly are. It was, I mean, you two said it already pretty well. It was an amazing day, and I think that it's certainly going to be setting the tone for today's Trios. You know, all of these players are going to have something to prove and try and secure the win and come away with glory. You know, it's going to be a tough battle.
Now, from everything that you guys have been telling me, is that it's going to be absolute madness today. With all the extra players that we have here, Brain, it's going to get spicy and crazy in here.
Trios is... Okay, let's start that again. If Solos is a kind of a very refined and organized chaos almost style of game, Trios is carnage. You have 3 times the amount of players because there's 3 players per team. It just becomes complete carnage in the final circles. You see a lot more people at the end of the game as well, where Solos kind of boils down to just a handful of players. It can be really messy. It can be really, really fun. If yesterday was anything to go by, today is going to be just carnage.
And look how close everything was, too. I mean, the Spider ended up winning via match point 2, 32.8 points there versus, but just everything was so close, and I expected that today that might be the case as well.
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking that we are going to be seeing a pretty close finish when it comes to our Trios teams. There's a lot of really, really good contenders coming into this fight, and we're not going to be able to know who is going to start pulling ahead until some of our final games.
Well, I mean, that was Solos. I think we talked about it plenty enough. I think we start setting the stage there for Trios, but before we move on to that, we do have the club championship going on here at the EWC, presented to you by STC. Team Falcons right now having a 500 point lead over Team Liquid, and it's looking like a tight race. Last week, especially the last 2 weeks of BR Twisted Minds have stepped it up in such a massive way, getting 2 championships. Could they possibly catch up? We'll have to wait and find out what's going to be happening with some of these teams because it's a tight race. It's definitely a tight race, and maybe, you know, we might end up seeing some teams and some orgs from NARAKA BLADEPOINT in the future there at the EWC. But what I want to take a look at now is let's take a look at the prize pool, because that is what they're fighting for, not just the pride, the money as well. Duncan, $350,000.
Oh, that's a lot of money right there. That's a lot of dollars. It's definitely a nice little prize for all of these players. You can see all of those different segments. It's segmented out in that little chart for you. Very, very exciting. So they're not only fighting, I mean, you know, a lot of them are fighting for money, a lot of them are fighting for glory, because this is a big stage to be playing on.
Not only that, keep in mind that every single time we get an MVP, we get a winner, they're also going to be winning some money. We saw those 4,000. We saw 5,000. I think we saw 18,000 somewhere there too. And we also going to have not just that, the awards, most damage, most kills, all of that fun stuff. There's just a lot of money up for grabs here. But let's take a look here at just the threshold for the match point. 47 points, a lot lower than what we've seen before. It came down to the match point yesterday for solos. Seb, are we looking for it to come down to that match point as well today?
Typically, when we see match point getting brought out into these games, it is a bit higher, because these players are usually bringing in 12% of their points into the qualifying rounds. They're coming into the EWC with no pre-post points. Everyone's starting at the exact same level. So they've brought the match point threshold down a little bit, and I'm saying we're going to hit it around game 5. I think that's where we're going to start to see the first team starting to hit.
Ooh, okay. Game 5. Could be game 4. We've seen it in the past with OUG, but let's take a look here at the players arriving to the arena. The Kirilla Arena brought to you, the player arrival by Jamil Motorsport. They're going to be ready. We saw none of the players being faced by having to travel here to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at the EWC Festival. They're going to be ready to hit rain. What are we thinking in regards to maybe some surprises there? I don't want you to tell me your top picks yet. Just hit me with maybe some dark horses.
Dark horses is a hard one, actually, because I genuinely think we've got a very, very stacked lineup of players and teams playing in today. I also want to know, one of the players just had the backpack on the wrong way around. That's a bad sign, isn't it? They can't even remember how to put a backpack on. They've got to go play NARAKA now. Quickly just going back a little bit to what Seb was talking about, I think we will see match point hit by game 4. I hope we go all the way today. I think yesterday was a complete bloodbath, but today, I genuinely think we'll see maybe one team at match 4 hit that match point, and then by match 5, I think we'll see a lot more teams following through.
I mean, we'll get plenty of time to talk about our predictions throughout the day, but let's take a look at one of the favorite teams to maybe win it all, OUG.
来到电视世界杯季中赛，我们目前队伍状态还是很好的，因为我们刚拿完我们那边赛制的一个小冠军。在之前的赛事当中，我学到了就是比较为队友着想嘛，因为我以前就是那种喜欢让队友来，就是我来当 C 位这种感觉，然后我就学会了现在就是我辅助别人这样子。我认为我们战队就是差的时候特别差，强的时候特别强嘛，就是上下起伏很大。 我们跟别的队就完全不一样。
Oh my god! Oh my! How's he alive?
我认为我们最强的对手应该是积极吧，成都积极。想跟积极陈江生说，你还是很一般，不如我。有机会，机会挺大的应该。我们粉丝们还是期待我们夺冠吧，我们队伍还是有这个实力。
When you talk about teams that have been able to make an impact here at NARAKA BLADEPOINT, this is definitely one of those teams. They ended up They ended up winning last week's Bike Weekly in just 4 matches.
Oh yeah, I know. Like if you have a catcher right there, I was casting it. How is he alive? How did they manage it? Truly, they put on a stellar performance in those last couple games. You know, in the third game, they it was a little bit. Is the stars aligned somewhat? You know, it was definitely rather fortunate for them. They were on a Transformer composition with Tianhai, Kailin, and Zipping there, and they were able to dominate the endgame and control it. And then in that last game, in game number 4, it was a Valda, a Valda composition that we weren't really expecting. It was interesting. Valda, Tianhai with Karumi, and then they got sniped out towards that end game, but they were able to pull it off. SS coming out on top in the end. Oh my goodness, it was incredible. It truly was.
I can see how excited you are about OUG, and I absolutely love it. Don't worry, we'll still have more time to talk about them. I see your pirates starting to come out there, Doug. But there's another team that I actually want to take a look at, and it's none other than CDGG.
登场的这支队伍春季赛发挥出色，兄弟无间是他们的口号，拿下冠军是他们的目标。欢迎的就是成都机器。
我们战队第一次来到世界杯，氛围的话挺融洽的吧，因为对每一个人就新的一个赛事。都会充满激情，这可能会让我们觉得我们回到24年，就之前夺冠的那一瞬间吧。
2024 NBPL 3排总冠军属于成都机器。
每个人都会有状态不好的时候，就是可能需要队伍里的某一个人，或者说一个人以上去带动队伍的氛围，去鼓励3个人一起去共同的去拿分，尽量的去冲击冠军。之后我们做了很多改变，就尽量的话就是去多沟通，去弥补我们在场上一开始没手感的问题。我们这次来到利雅得，我觉得我们成功的关键是我们3个人打了这么久的默契和我们平常训练的一些小细节，足以让我们尽量的去拿到这次冠军。我想对粉丝说，就是相信积极，因为我们一定能找回24年的自己。
And we're all going to be hoping that CDGG finds that form from 2024 again. And I'm going to be throwing to you, Hip Rain, because yesterday you were predicting a lot of matches. It was going to finish in 5, then you switch your pick to 6. If CDGG does it, what number we're thinking about?
Right. What number are we thinking about for CGDG? GG. We'll start that again. So GG are a team who actually typically ramp up towards the end of the day. So I expect a relatively slow start from them. This team were domestically for the longest time always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Top 3 team, never really able to push it beyond that. Last year they came alive. They won every domestic title. They went to J-Cup with the expectation as the favorites, as the team we all expected to win it, and they got beaten out by Wolves, the underdogs, and they've never really been able to reclaim that glory. They've struggled ever since then, and this, I think, is the opportunity for GG to prove to us why they kept this roster from last year and why they still are one of our favorite teams at the tournament.
Well, luckily for GG, Wolves aren't going to be here. There is going to be one player from Wolves still, but it's going to be in a different team. Don't worry, we'll get a chance to talk about all of that later on. I want to take a look at an interview from Raven because he got a chance to talk to none other than BJDRG.
Look what we have here, the Beijing Dragons. We got a couple questions for you guys today. Exciting time. How do you guys feel about NARAKA being international for the first time?
就感觉很激动吧，很荣幸，然后第一次能出国参加这种大型赛事，就很激动。
Well, I'm saying that I feel very, very excited. It's an absolutely amazing experience being able to play NARAKA BLADEPOINT on an international stage, and traveling overseas on such a massive platform, such a massive stage is definitely something that is wonderful.
Second question, guys. NARAKA is probably the hardest version we've seen this year. What do you think the key to your guys' victory is today?
就我们团队之间的默契，还有我们积累的经验。
I'll say the key to getting the victory here would be our team chemistry and the experience that we have accumulated as a team. So this is something that we have that hopefully will give us the edge over our opponents.
Excellent. The vibes are up then. Last question for your fans at home. You guys have come a long way. I know you guys really want it this year. Any shout outs to your friends and family at home?
就感谢 俱乐部粉丝还有我们家人一路支持我们走到这里，然后希望今天我们拿个好成绩。
Well, a big thank you to all the fans out there who have followed us all the way, as well as our family members who have been supporting us throughout this entire tournament. I hope that we can get a good placement here and not let you guys down.
Wonderful, gentlemen. Good luck today.
Thank you, Raven, for that interview. I'm pretty sure BJDRG is going to be looking to collect all those good vibes, collect all that spirit, and create it into a spirit bomb that is going to hopefully propel them to win the championship. And there's only one man I want to hear from when it comes to BJDRG, and that is maybe one of the biggest fanboys out there for it, and it's none other than Seb. Seb, how are you feeling with BJDRG?
So looking at this team coming in, they are incredibly strong in the early game.
Before you keep going, I got to do this. There you go. That now you can continue on with your point.
All right, here we are. Beautiful plushie here from DRG. Little gift from the team manager that happened earlier. But DRG, they're an incredibly strong team early and mid game, but their end game starts to falter a little bit. If they have that momentum going into their end game, they are really strong, but they have to have picked up a lot of eliminations. Their scaling with their loot has to be in sort of a perfect order for them to be able to compete in that end game. Whereas sometimes we see off spawn, they end up dying really quickly. Their loot doesn't become as good, and then they end up dying middle to late game and getting completely eliminated with not as many kills. So if they stay consistent with their really good early game strategies, they will be able to come through and give a lot more coming up.
So consistency is going to be the key for DRG. Hopefully we're going to be getting that consistency. One team that, we're talking about favorites, I feel like we got to talk about ASE.
春季赛之前，就是决赛之前啊，我们战队起伏比较大，然后我们能克服这一点的原因，我觉得是3个人就是一起复盘吧，然后去找自己的缺点，然后去学习人家对手的优点吧。当时春季赛最后一把，小韩拆了一个双抓以后，然后那把不是夺冠了吗？然后当时心情就肯定是很愉悦，然后也很平静吧，因为我觉得不管夺没夺冠，已经把自己该做的都做好了。那个时候看小韩很激动，我也跟着吼了一下嘛。
The stage expires. Mist still grappling around, dashing around, trying to find something with the golden pulse. The focus line, there it is. Han taking down WX98. The focus release onto DRG. Kakashi goes down, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's undeniable.
继锦鲤杯以后，3个人就是可能态度有点懈怠吧，但是我觉得不管打没打好，对我们也是一个全新的教训。我觉得这是想挑战我们的很多战队。然后我想说的一点就是，加油吧，尽量不留遗憾。
Zero regrets is definitely what you don't want to have any regrets at the end of this tournament. Make sure you do anything possible to actually get that championship. I heard your voice there, Duncan, so I'm just gonna throw it to you. How are we feeling with ASE?
Well, it's I said it in that clip that it was undeniable, and it's undeniable that they have the strength and the skill to succeed today. They haven't had the best start so far because we did already have our first bi-weekly of NBPL last week, which was taken away by OUG. But ASE, they were showing signs of life. They were definitely playing solid, but they fell behind. And of course, since it was only a 4-game victory from OUG, very, very fast, ASE didn't really have their chance. So they're gonna want to come in today and prove themselves, because that is gonna set them up for the rest of the year as well. Spring split, it was something, but if they don't perform now, it's going to be tough to recover.
We got a chance to talk about all of these teams. I want to take a look at your guys' Aramco power rankings, because I want to see if you stack any of these teams in your actual power rankings and where you stack them at, right? Okay, Hipbrain, I see you hitting there with OUG, GG, DRG, and ASE.
So I actually feel like I made a slight mistake here. I actually think DRG, I'd actually drop a little bit lower and put Bowder in instead. I'm a big fan of those guys, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. OUG, for obvious reasons, there's a reason all of us have OUG in our power rankings. These guys are smashing it right now, domestically really, really solid. GG, I'm the only one I'm very disappointed in both of you. I've always been a big cheerleader for the pair of them, though. So, I mean, I feel like Bowder's probably a DRG replacement for me.
Dunk, I know you just talk about OUG, but you also have ASE, Baoda, and DRG.
Yeah, I mean, they're all really, really strong teams. You know, OUG, it's natural, right? They just came off of this 4-game match point win in the previous bi-weekly last week. So they're going to be feeling really good, most likely. And ASE, obviously they have the power. They're gonna... They might need a little bit of startup. They're not on that sort of, they're not riding the high of having just won. And they got Bowder, really, really solid team. One of the most OG names in the league, in NARAKA's history. And then of course DRG, you know, you got Dong Xing there. Absolute legend, absolute legend. He has been extremely strong player for a very long time as well. So a lot of competition today.
And you were talking about Bowder. Earlier, I was hinting there is one player from Wolves that won the J-Cup Trios in 2024, and he happens to be with Bowder now. None other than XEM. Him being able to win that championship, now being here in this scenario, I feel like the nerves are definitely not going to be there. Another player as well, VVV, having one of the best Vipers in the world. Could there be any changes out there? But Seb, I want to throw it to you. Which team are you thinking about?
Well, I've got one team in mind, top of my power ranking list, and let's just get it out here right now.
DRG! Okay. All right, tell us some more then about DRG.
My absolute favorite team in the league right now. It's got some members from our original J-Cup winners at the 2021 and 2020. That's J-Team, Wushin98, one of my favorite players in the league, especially when it comes to trios. He is just absolutely so dominant in these gameplay styles. So I've also got a couple of others on the list that these boys have not added on. I've got Hypercube on there as my dark horse. They are one of our global teams, and I have a feeling that they're really going to dominate today.
Ooh, he just ended it there. I thought you were about to go in even more after that. I was expecting to go full-on rant there on the global teams. All right, I respect it, but let's take a look at the schedule for today. We are going to be having a total of 8 games. Yesterday, we ended up getting up to 6. We've been talking about it multiple times. I feel like I got to be the broken record, and I got to bring it up again. OUG has won in 4 games. Is that going to happen? Yes or no? Dunk, I'm going to go to you.
No, definitely not. That is a very, very rare occurrence in and of itself. You know, we don't see that very often. It does end early. It's not like we're going to 8 games every single bi-weekly, every single, you know, final. But for it to end so quickly is very, very rare. So no, I don't think it's going to end in 4. Maybe it'll end. You know, it could end before game 6. Could end 5. You know, maybe game 6, but not game 4.
Okay, all right. The man with the predictions. Hip Rain.
Okay.
What we got?
Oh man, I really can't afford to be an idiot again today. So the reason
we got the clown makeup ready, by the way.
I know. This time it's all ready for me. The reason I actually don't believe we're going to end in 4 today is there's actually a really big factor in the way we're doing our map cycles, which is different from what we get over in the NBPL. We're starting on the nighttime maps, so Firefly's enabled. It's going to be high tempo games.
Well, I mean, the pressure is up. We're getting a chance to talk about all these teams, but I think it's time. We see the players leave the hotel. We see them arrive here. How about we see them enter the stage?
Today, 12 teams embark on a journey, forged in fire and tested by every challenge thrown at them. Today, they all land on the same battlefield, each with the same goal: survive. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host, and I'm joined on the main stage by the stunning Leah.
Welcome to the Gadia Esports Arena. Welcome to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Mid-Season Championship at the Esports World Cup Festival. Our solos fought 2-0 yesterday, and 2 Spider was crowned champion.
Yes, he was, but now our attention shifts to trios. So make some noise as we welcome our teams to the main stage, starting with YZG. They are QGG, ZXL, and Gen E.
BJDRG, WX98, Dongqingnai, Kakashi.
SR. They are 17S, Xiaohao, and Rico.
TJG, Zhangjiang, Fan, YZZ.
VN521. They are Pampy, Ivan, and Fat Milk.
Hypercube, Windy, No Sense, Taliska.
Relax. They are Galbai, Plan B, and Cat.
MVP, Shin, Ho, Choice.
Chengdu GG. They are LXM, CJS, and 330.
OUG, SS, Baby Hu, Xingyu.
Bowder. They are XEM, BBB, and NY7.
Finally, let's welcome ASE Mist, Han, Xiaowen. It's more than just a trios tournament. This is a legacy in the making.
We've got $350,000 on the line, a stunning trophy, and a team to crown as champions. So get ready, because history is about to be written.
我第一次听说有节目间将纳入世界电竞杯的时候就很激动，因为可以跟全球的玩家进行一场很刺激的比赛，打不过，改变自己的小细节，让自己变得更强，这种感觉让我喜欢上永劫无间了。
就是你做梦都在想这个游戏怎么玩，
强的时候特别强嘛，就是有机会挺大的。我觉得这个阵容对我们来说没有什么风险，就是怕欺负其他对手嘛。看到红兵你们要小心一点。
遇到我们算你倒霉了。我感觉我们队让别的队伍那么棘手，原因是因为我们的友情力量无可匹敌，
就很想赢嘛。你们也太一般了。
注意我的天降。王朝重新建立了。
The stage is set. Viper was able to place the trophy in the middle of the stage as the players are getting ready as well. And I'm not gonna lie, based on what we saw yesterday from solos, I'm even more excited at what we're gonna be getting here today with trios, Hipbrain.
Yeah, so I'm gonna start to be a bit of a salesman for you guys.
Ooh.
I'm gonna sell you on why I actually don't think OUG are walking away with this. We're starting early, we're starting bold, we're starting strong.
This is sorry. This is coming from a person that also had OUG on his power ranking. Okay,
I know. I mean,
it.
they're on my power ranking because they are a powerful team. They're not on my winners ranking. That would be a very different list.
Okay,
now,
tell me on it.
The reason actually for me boils down to the map selection. We don't normally start on Moros Isle. We don't normally start on nighttime maps. We're going to have the Fireflies, and what that means is we'll actually see different comps coming out at the beginning of the day. OUG won quick on the daytime maps where the Monk and comps like that were getting played, and they pulled ahead early off that. We're not going to see the same kind of comps coming in here. I think we're going to be starting with your Sand Siphons, your Xiphon comps, and it is going to be a very, very different setting for them. That's why I think OUG don't have this.
Well, I mean, I don't agree in that sense. However, I do agree in the sense that it's to do with mentality, you know, right? They succeeded last week. They've been spending that entire time leading up to today, preparing. They're feeling good. They felt good, but the pressure is starting to build. Maybe they're a little anxious today. We've got to replicate what we did yesterday. Are we going to be able to manage it?
I think it goes one of two ways. I think we either see them crumble under the pressure, or they use that momentum from winning the last bi-weekly to be able to carry over into the EWC and then claim themselves a victory.
Ooh, okay. I'm glad you brought up momentum because it's definitely something that we have seen in the past. And I'm pretty sure it could be in effect here, but it was last week. You never know what's going to happen. This is also the first time that a lot of these players are traveling outside of the region and coming to Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, live from the EWC Festival 25 to participate in this tournament for trios. But we've got a chance to talk about some of the other teams as well, right? Earlier, Hipbrain, I feel like I actually ended up cutting you a bit short on what you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, for me, I'm actually a big Balder fanboy. I feel a bit criminal for not putting them in my power rankings. You actually nailed it earlier. They've got Zem, formerly Wolves, current reigning world champion. You have VVV, a former world champion on this roster. It is a stacked lineup, and I have these teams which I like to call forgettable teams. And for a lot of NBPL, I've always found Balder a bit of a forgettable team. They've had the odd split where they look okay, but I've always kind of just forgotten about them and how they, the impact they're able to have on the game. Where I actually think now this is the best form of Balder we've ever seen. VVV, like you said as well, I think, and we've been saying it for a while, that he is the best Viper in the world. Not everyone agrees with me on that statement. I still stand very strongly by that statement. But he's not even playing Viper on this roster. Yep. We're actually using NY7 as the Viper starter for this comp. So it shows that they put a lot of faith in all of their players to rule this.
I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad about VVV now not being the Viper in his squad, right? It is going to be a different player. Thinking about that, Seb, do we think that is the right call for that team, or do we want VVV being as the Viper for that squad? Because a lot of people think that he's the best Viper in the world, except for maybe the people in China.
As an original J-Team fan, watching VVV with the first times we've got to see the drop-down Viper ultimate, he coined that strategy to be able to jump down from the trees using the Viper ultimate and timing it for as soon as he drops down, everybody's stunned. They were the first people to really start using Viper and in these comps when Monk was dominating the league. So I definitely think VVV is strong on the Monk, but the way that these guys are trying to make it with NY7, I think that it is a decent strategy for them to start building a different sort of team comp. And when you play something for so long, you're going to want to switch things up. So I think having VVV off is going to help them in the long run.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that, Brad, because for a long time, a lot of players on different teams, different orgs, they would play set roles within their team. It would be he's the position 1, he's position 2, he's more of the supporting role, he's more of the frontline kind of thing. But now for quite a while. We've seen a lot of players not only moving from org to org, but also moving between roles within their teams, making the sort of general knowledge and experience of the league much more in depth. They're able to understand it in a bigger capacity, and it's elevated the competition, throughout the entire league. And I think that's exactly what we all want, because it makes for a very exciting day. Speaking of very exciting day, today, I'm so hyped. I'm so hyped. It's gonna be a banger.
I'm buzzing for this. I love solos. I've been sold on solos after this last couple of weeks. Actually, the game is so much better. But I've always been a big trios fanboy, and the thing that I love about trios is the theory crafting, is the comp building. And one of the things that you both really rightly hit on is actually we're seeing more and more players flex around in the roles they played. It's not so strict, so you actually open up a lot more avenues to play comps differently or catch people off guard with how you play these comps out. We have quite a few comps that are in the meta right now, and it makes for a very, very diverse setting running into these trios, picks and bans. I'm so excited for it.
I'm gonna be excited too, as we're getting ready here to do the draft before the first game. I'm excited to see what these teams are gonna be picking, and there you go. From everything that you guys are seeing, what stands out, Seb?
So taking a look at our first picks, we're seeing SR, OUG, and TJG. They're all going to be running that Syra, Viper, Justina composition. This is something that we've started to see integrated into the league, using the lockdown from the Viper in a lot of a different fashion than we've seen it being used in a traditional sense. And that is what I wanted to touch on. Viper has completely changed the gameplay style. So VVV, now flexing over to different heroes, has left NY7 the opportunity to play the more aggressive Viper. And then with the Justina, you're allowed so much extra lockdown, as well as Hypercube, I just wanted to mention really quickly, running that Monk, Kylan, zipping composition, one of those staple comps that we always see in our games.
You're absolutely right about that. And one thing I wanted to quickly add on to that is that because of the format in the first round selection, and because of all of this, they don't have hero points. None of the teams have hero points. So you can see 0, 0, 0, 0, and now Hypercube actually set themselves up in a really good way here, because them picking that and nobody else picking the traditional, this new Transformer comp allows the next set to pick it, so now they're in majority. That's why it's a nice little finesse to pay attention to. I think it's really well done actually in the draft.
Yeah, so the way Hero Select is actually very different from we do in solos. It is based off, you have your hero points. Your first time you pick a hero, it's free to pick. Then after that, it increases in points. If other people pick heroes, if enough of them in the first round, so it's 4 people picking the same hero, 3, sorry, thank you. Sometimes I get it wrong. 3 people pick the same heroes, there's a hero point increase. So right now, because everyone's on 0 points, what it means is actually we see a world where people just have to pick whatever's up and available. They don't have any hero points to spend. Now, I'm happy to see, due to the fact that we have the Firefly maps, not too many of those Transformer comps. A couple kicking about, more than I was expecting, but we are seeing a variance in comps. A lot of the Sand Siphon, which typically shows up later in the day due to Fireflies being enabled, but because we've now got Fireflies on the map, we're going to see these ultra aggressive comps. It's going to be a bloodbath. I'm so excited to see how these comps work out, and with this new Yue Shen Matari comp kicking about as well. There's a lot of variance on the map today.
There is, and that's what I'm excited for. That's what you guys are excited for, and everybody currently watching around the world is gonna be excited for, because TXJ, one of the gods of NARAKA BLADEPOINT, is not here. So who's gonna be stepping up and setting up the meta at the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Mid-Season Championship at the Esports World Cup Festival 2025? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm ready. I'm sure you're ready. It's time to go to the first game with none other than God Moxie and Raven, please.
Thank you so much, Seven. I'm Got Moxie. I'm joined here by Raven PLZ, and we have the absolute pleasure of bringing you through games 1, 2, 3 of this wonderful day of trios. And something that we have to talk about immediately, Raven, is that ban draft, because we were talking about it. We were wondering, are we going to be seeing a majority of monks? Are we going to be seeing a majority of Viper compositions? And it seems like Hypercube read the room. They anticipated that it would be a majority of Vipers and went for that gamble of a Transformer composition to blend in to the Transformers in Phase 2 and make it an equality for Transformers for Vipers.
Excellent point, Moxie. Shout out to Satiko from EU, coaching them to that play. That's one of the things that Moxie brought up to me. is OUG's secret tactic of winning before was picking the sneaky Viper. Initially, round one, everyone wants to go with that Monk comp, but they were the only team that went Viper, and they took the majority in the lobby. That ended up being super terrible for the Monk teams going into the later parts of the game. Even though they were very scaled up, the Vipers hunted them down, eliminated them, and put them in a tough position. But like the bi-weeklies, week to week, the league adapts, and we're seeing at EWC on the world stage already counter-comping.
Yeah, the winds of change are very much here in the air. Well, maybe not so much change though, as no surprises. GG are going to be dropping in their tried and true territory of Secret Tunnel. Secret Tunnel being one of the most sought after locations on Morris Isle, especially when we're on our nighttime maps, because not only does it have a whole lot of loot in a very enclosed space, it also has a whole lot of fireflies, which means that you get your ultimate online incredibly quickly.
Kicking off the day, we got ASC off spawn. They're one of the favorites to be taking out the tournament. They are going to be going one of the global teams, MVP Hong. All the teams icing off the start. Hong already going to start engaging though. Going to get surrounded here. Popsy F1. Hong looking for a stagger onto the UA shot, trying to lead the charge on to Han. Hong has him against the ropes. Parry's gonna be coming out, but Hong gonna get staggered right now. The weakness of Takeda, but his teammate has an uppercut, and now Miss is put in a tough position. Hong though, 2v2 situation, can't seem to hold it down, and now MVP has a chance to bring this back to a 1v1. Big Parry's gonna come out from Miss, and MVP is gonna get wiped out as the first team today.
Yeah, ASC will be able to walk away with that team fight win, but we're not going to be slowing down anytime soon. Hypercube and DRG are going to be fighting as Talisker is able to find a huge parry coming on through. Tumult Ultimate is going to ice off some of that pressure, but unfortunately, DRG's Dongqing is outside of it as WX98 tries to make magic happen in the middle of his ultimate, but it's not to be. The parry comes on through. He's got to use the combo breaker just to try and clip it. We've got a timing attack as the third party from YZG now comes out into the mix, and all of a sudden, both of these two teams are on the back foot. WX98 is going to be able to play the backside of the fight, manages to find a huge parry, and just continues to be this oppressing presence in the back of the fight with that longsword committing out the focus hits. But finally, YZG are going to be able to turn their focus and deal with the mosquito of that tumult with the LMB coming on out from that dagger at the tail end as OUG now show up to the mix. And good thing for YZG, OUG don't know how many ultimates have been invested. Unfortunately for YZG, they start things out immediately with that Viper V1, and that stun is going to buy them an immediate pick onto QGG.
Oh my god, the drop down, and now the aggression baby U leading the charge is just going to absolutely wipe them out, Moxie. The timing attacks back to back to back, and now YGG's Zen just going to get cleaned up and shipped home from OUG. Man, the parries are going to be absolutely insane today. Shout out to EWC with these super fast computers. Oh my god, the parry timing's outrageous. We just saw non-stop parries that whole time off spawn. Now we are going to be going over to one of the OGs, one of my favorite players, Baudas VVV, repping the new tag. He doesn't have his brother TXJ for the first time. I'm curious, can VVV carry his team to a championship? Because normally it's been that duo dominating the league forever. And who was the true carry? Was it VVV? Was it TXJ? This tournament, TXJ's not here, but VVV has a chance to kind of staple. He was the big carry over the years.
Yeah, the fights are going to be starting to slow down somewhat as a lot of these teams have been able to win their hot drop fights, pick up those fireflies, get their ultimates, and get those immediate eliminations. If they've lost their hot drop fights, they're going to be scattering and off to the outer edges of the map, not wanting to get picked mid-recovery. GG, however, one of our normal slow roll teams, have been entirely uninterrupted in their presence of Secret Tunnel and have themselves a whole lot of loot because of it. Kylan Ultimate is going to be coming on through, immediately putting on pressure onto Jiang. Jiang, who on that Viper is actually going to try and hide behind the haystack, but they track the Viper down. They know that the Viper Ultimate is what's going to be really unfortunate for the Qianhai to have to deal with, as we can see that Peripheral actually cancels the ultimate early to iframe the stun duration of that V1. They have lost the EJS in the meantime, however, and Free gets parried, has to invest the bell for that recovery of a combo breaker, but now he doesn't have have it. He's got to try and send out the R&B from the long shot, manages to find it, manages as well to backstep out of the grapple extension coming on through. But TGJ has so many of their players, even with a double parry. The Syra has to invest the combo breaker. However, the numbers are against the Tianhai. And 3-3-0, it really felt like he might find that turnaround. Is not able to make the magic happen.
That's a point for the new school, taking down the OG's GG. Now we're going to go over to BN 5-2-1 versus SR. Syra ult's going to be popped. Fat Milk in a tough position, but Kurumi ult's going to be popped defensively. Damage is going down. Temi of Ivan looking for a spot for a flank here, but the Justino is going to be dashing through, freezing everyone, stunning everyone in place, but Ivan getting flanked by Zhao in a tough position. The Justino dash is just freezing them over and over, and 17S is going to take down Ivan. Now Pambi in a juggle, getting sent across the map. It looks like the call was made. We got to salvage the situation as SR is going to clean up 5-2-1 in the north.
Yeah, one of the main criticisms of Kurumi has always been how static her ultimate is. There we got to see one of the punishments, right? You only get one recast, which means that you can move the ultimate at any time in the Kurumi's ult. However, the second that you've used it, you can't use it again. So if you have something like, say, a Temi or a Justina who can actually capitalize on those static positions, a lot of the time what should become a place of safety turns into a much more dangerous position for these teams to be in. Speaking about dangerous positions, it looks like Vita have been able to catch one person as they were starting to trek on over to a Soul Altar and grab one of their players back, and unfortunately Choice, well, made a little bit of a rough decision in terms of map position and gets picked when there's no teammates to peel for him.
OUG wasting no time, popping the Cyber ult, forcing out the Monk ult. SS leading the charge right now on the Viper. SS, the IGL of OG for the past couple of years. He's one of the GOATs next to TXJ, a tactician. They have YZG against the ropes right now. Monk, nowhere to go right now. Light attacks are going to be coming in. They are going to clean him up. Man, that initial ult right away, this new Attack on Titan, this new rushdown of 2025 really has no breaks, no chill at all. We're just popping ults. Unlike yesterday, we're throwing out the ults.
And they're the ones that get to pop the ults too, because they're running the silence variant of the Viper F ability, as we can actually get to see. There's two variants of the Viper ability. One is a silence and one is a heal cut, plus a lot of damage that scales off of the rarity of weapon that you have equipped when it comes on through. And the reason that they're running that silence is so that they can connect it onto the Tianhais, so that when they use that ultimate to try and find that stun, the Tianhais can't actually avoid it, as we saw GG by utilizing their ultimate and iframing through.
Yeah, every single year, for every big tournament, it always comes down to how people play around Viper. Throughout the year, we discover new compositions, how to play against Monk, how to play Takeda a little bit better, but when it comes to these big stages, kills really matter. We're seeing OUG at the top. The Viper start to the day, 5 kills. YZG Transformers, but both of the Zipping and Monk already taken down. They're at 5 kills, but with all of their teammates down, it's unlikely they're going to be able to keep going. TJG also on Attack on Titan, and we're seeing the new Kebab comp with the Uation Matari. We haven't gotten to see a fight today with that double skewer from the Uation with the Matari. This has evolved this year as the counter comp to the Attack on Titans. Very, very sneaky. It doesn't really do that well in Transformers and Yang, so I am curious to see, as the strategy evolves, which teams are going to be winning as we go towards our first realm of Yang.
Yeah, speaking, like you said, of those Yangs, we're going to be seeing the positioning coming on through. A lot of these teams wanting to just shark out some of these players, potentially grab one of their teammates out with a stun stagger so that you can manage to secure a pick. The Kurumi's even actually going to invest the umbrella so that they can snap it immediately and knock players back over that entrance, because it's all hands on deck. Who is able to make it on through? TJG haven't been able to, and it's going to be a Viper ultimate on the outside. That V1 coming immediately into the mix. However, the Syra on that sidelines is going to be able to pick up No Sense instantly, as we can see that GG's Pro is going to be going immediately for that transform state. Everyone on the side of OUG now going to be squirreling themselves behind those pillars to try and avoid the LOS of those grabs, as SS with that Viper now comes on through. The tether going 3 different ways, which secures onto all of these players, and they manage to find the stun. However, the zip heal is there in the form of the S1, and no one is currently down. It's up to the Syra now to come on through and mitigate the pressure of that Kylan ultimate, which is starting to displace these players from OUG.
The two Titans lead, OUG versus GG. I wanted to see this fight all day. SS leading the charge right now. They are in a dire position. All their cooldowns are blown. And now 330 is going to get a big parry onto SS. Close him out. Now in a 2v3 situation, it's up to you. We've seen him before in these clutch situations. Can he show us magic again today? The flying knife from max range on the flank. He is going to get juggled up. Not today, baby. You. CJS is going to put him down.
LXM being able to peel the duration of that Viper ultimate so that the Kylan is able to stay alive, keep up the pressure after Furio's ultimate has ended, but not ended is our second Realm of Yang. Bauer are going to be able to secure a pick off of that scale rush into LMB coming on through from XCM on that longsword, and the Tumult Wisp is also going to be able to grab that player up who was trying to use Pillar Tech and potentially set themselves up for a pick to come on through. And this is really, really big for both of these teams because Bauer, while they're not running full traditional Transformers, they are running actually two traditional Transformer heroes, or rather not traditional because Barrier is new Transformers gen and Yue Shen is old Transformers generation. In fact, it's been a good 2.5 years since we've seen Yue Shen in a trios composition, but the reason why it's so important that these Transformers manage to win these Realm of Yangs is because the damage that their ultimate does and the health that their ultimate has access to scales off of the equipment that they have when they activate it.
Yeah, NARAKA Trios has really shown the importance of looting up over the years. It started out, you know, just monks everywhere at first, and then over the years, strategy evolved. And now we are going to go to the highlights of ASE versus SR. Mist bumping into that Justina F and following in crispy parries again. Like all day, Moxie, I believe we're going to be saying more parries. Now moving over to the global 5-2-1, finishing their Realm of Yang. Outside though, Spirit Well action going down. ASC versus GG. Both these teams very, very all in this situation, but ASC does have their millions buff. Not really a big risk here. They are going against the Titans. It looks like GG really needs this scaling option. They really need to claim this for more loot, especially because they are running that monk. They want this loot, but multiple teams showing up to the party. SR is here, DRG is here, GG is here. We're about to have a mosh pit. Justina Dash is going through. Zipping Alt is going through. CJS is just in the blender, and he gets shredded by all the flying knives.
Yeah, every single team is pretty much here. The teams that won their Yang, the teams that didn't and have Yang depletion. Viper ultimate comes on through. It's going to be that stun variant, which is about to snap on off, and ASC's missed. Gets snapped in half by the RMB coming on through from that pulse sword. 17S is also going to be able to find a catch onto GG's LXM. Manages to make it to the outsides of that Tumult ultimate too, covered by his Syra beaming to make sure that no one tries to pressure him when he's trying to stabilize. As we can see, Hypercube also going to be coming in with the Justina ultimate in a matter of moments as Frio is getting focused down, manages to find the parry. The Kurumi ultimate isn't his, so he's not getting any form of that healing. The slam down with the vertical on the spear. He almost manages to find the kill, but Baby U with the freeze from the back is going to be able to catch him. He has to burn the combo breaker to try and recover, and that means he doesn't have it up. As OUG come on through with the Viper ultimate to potentially bookend the fight. As Jinyu comes on out with that Syra ultimate, microwave beaming past every single person who got hit by the concuss.
Yeah, OUG with that Yang depletion, they're looking for a nice pick-off here. They are going to fall back. We are going to get an ISO fight, though, versus Bauda and TJG. VVV stuck in a combo from Jang Jang. Going for a ride, put against the wall. See you later, VVV. The all-in from TJG going in hard. This is such a change from the previous finals. All the Vipers are laying waste to all the Transformers. This rushdown is just too hard to deal with as OUG's SS is going to get wiped out by SR. It looks like the league, Moxley, has settled in that the new Attack on Titan variation is the Viper Syra Justina.
Well, we're not going to be seeing any lull in fighting right now as DRG just rolled into another engagement. ASC also going to be trying to catch YZG on the outsides of that zone. The Kylan ultimate has already been forced. The Kylan guard already burned on through, and SR will be able to pick themselves up a scavenger pick onto DRG, something that GG was actually known for, where they would rotate around the map and try and catch players who were looking to recover, buying their players back. If you're new to NARAKA, there are a couple of ways that you can bring your players back. You can either revive them on the body, which if you have multiple people actually on that body, it doubles up the cast speed. If you have a Kurumi, the heal tether, the base app ability, can actually tether onto the Ken and revive revive a player from distance, or you can buy them back with a rebirth charm. But to get access to those, well, it costs a lot of money, and you also don't want to really revive someone in a position where they're in the middle of a team fight instantaneously, because when you revive them, you do it without any real good loot. They lose everything that they had on their body unless they have Vermilion Bird's Might.
We're seeing the first start of it. The Farias have found each other. The Kebab team's looking to put people on the stick and skewer them. The new Yueshan comp. I'm not gonna lie, Mox, I'm super excited to see him. Yueshan finally back, and he's played a variation we've never seen before, his pure DPS variation, where you can combo and do a huge sweeping attack off of it, and you're gonna get 2 of them with the Batari ult refresh. Now we are gonna go to Rio Bang, TJG versus SR. We got a little bit of a hit of the tuna right before 17S. We're gonna be following him. He's looking for a pillar flank. Not gonna be able to get it. He is gonna pop a heal, waiting for this Viper ult to come through. Justina Dash is gonna be coming in, and his teammate is able to find the stun onto Afan, and now Justina in a tough position right now. Freeze is gonna come in, and they do get the execution. The rush down ends up going perfectly. Now they all blew their cooldowns in a 2v3 situation. There is a chance for the enemy team to bring this back. It's up to 17S to secure the follow-up. The V1 finally pops out from Justina from Viper, but will this stun land? He is down to 1 HP, but 17S is going to take him down with the scale rush, and now with the formality, they're going to keep YZZ alive to try to time out to extend their Viper duration as they come out the Realm of Yang.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons for why these teams don't want to immediately win their Realm of Yang. If they can just time it out for as long as possible, they'll be the team with the longest lasting buff, and it'll also be the safest because they don't have to embroil themselves in a Yang depletion fight where potentially they go out of the lobby early as everyone sees the loot that they have and decide that they want it for themselves. It's the way that the Viper compositions manage to upgrade their loot, is either winning Realm of Yang or absorbing that loot from a team that's a little bit more stacked than them. So we're potentially going to be seeing a lot of attention go the way of the Viper compositions for that reason. So it looks like GG were also able to pick themselves up a Realm of Yang win, second in a row for the Transformers composition, which historically has been one of the best compositions into the Realm of Yang, as it's the weakest into the third-party fight, as it requires so many ultimates to get dumped into one go, and it really means that if you get third-partied by a team coming through later, you don't have anything left in the tank to be able to survive. But Realm of Yang fight is just a fair free versus free. Speaking about fair free versus free, it looks like 2 of our teams have decided to make the optimal game choice and not fight each other to reveal their presence and give a potential team with Yang depletion an opportunity of getting a couple of kills.
We are getting a replay of GG versus ASC. Looks like GG already has them against a Rose, but Han bringing it back with a big Dragon Slayer. His teammate from Max Range trying to help him with a couple bow shots. Max Range Army's going to come out. He does get the uppercut. Oh, if he just had a little bit more health, he possibly could have clutched it. But now moving in to transitioning to this end game, we are seeing GG and NA's RL roaming around. The monks have found each other holding hands. We are going to get OUG's SS roaming around with that Mystic Mike, giving them that vision around the map. Their goal, when you get that blue buff, is to find any solos and duos who might be trying to rat their way to an endgame. Just because the placement points do matter, but I'm not going to lie, Moxie, in the modern NARAKA, it used to be very, very common being able to make it to these endgames, but unless you really got your sneaky shoes on, it's really hard to get there. But we did see OUG clutch it up, do it recently, so is that still possible? OUG is going to find TJG on their hunt.
Yeah, TJG are going to be found just on the outskirts of Shipwreck Cove over towards Gorge. However, both of these teams not really going to be taking the fight at the moment, as they don't want to reveal. For TJG, they've got Yang depletion. They don't want to show that outwards aggression because it's immediately going to reveal that they're the Viper composition who are under that debuff, and that they're going to have to get more aggressive, because what you can actually do as a finesse is figure out the time when that Yang depletion is going to expire and go for a last hit betrayal, as we can actually see the Viper ultimate came on through. One came on through first, however, and Jiang is able to cancel out the other Viper V1, which means all of a sudden, OUG, they thought that TJG weren't gonna fight them. The knife in the back, the Viper V1 unexpectedly, and OUG get absolutely burned.
When friends become foes. That was so sneaky. They literally showed the vibes like, yeah, everything's chill. Let me just, the Viper just sneaks up right behind OUG and ult in the center team. We are going to get a follow-up. Justina ult's going to be coming out. Jiang now getting harassed by an enemy. Justina, he flies to the sky, grappling away, but SR, hot on Zeal 17S, knows that this team just popped their ultimates, knows that they just betrayed. This is not the Viper team you want to be next to. That betrayal, that karma coming back to bite them in the butt. TJG's Jiang is going to be taken down by Zhao, and now Rico moving away. YZZ putting on his sneaky shoes, hiding in the corner. He is going to be able to get away now that Mystic Might has faded out.
Yeah, and his player still hasn't bled out too, so he might be able to backtrack over to the body, and all of the attention that's going on down between this fight of SR and ASE. Viper ultimate is going to come on for Zhao and try and manage to find that last little bit of opening to take down Zhao, but the suppressing fire from the Ferrier mech is going to be potentially the thing that finally takes this Viper out. He's trying to run into Waterfall Cave so that he managed to have a little bit of terrain to hide himself, and another one of his teammates who's a little bit fuller in health has actually been able to step up to that forward position and absorb the pressure and let him get away and stabilize. Mist comes on through with the RMBs on those throwing knives, trying to find the opening. However, we can see that YZG's XZL has timed out, unfortunately, to that Yang depletion, as Rico now has to burn the combo breaker, trying to take the fight against Xiaowen, but it's not a fair 1 versus 1. The reinforcements are here, and now it's a matter of 2 versus 2. Who's going to be able to keep up the pressure?
17S has been absolutely insane on the Justina, like a rocket ship. We are going to be on ASC Xiaowen, though. One of his teammates is going to go down. It's made. The call is made. He's looking to damage control and disengage here as we look at the overall map. The congestion of this zone rotation. 5-2-1's coming in with the third party in timing. Bauda is showing up to the party now. DRG is going to be cleaning up this fight as Kakashi gets that last kill. We are seeing the Kurumi variation of Sand Siphon coming back after a little bit of a hiatus. Now that Syra is so important on the Rushdown composition, we've kind of seen her everywhere. She was on Transformers, she was on Siphon, and now she is on Attack on Titan. She's part of the Rushdown composition, replacing Wu Chen.
I think we actually got to see as well some teams being very smart. They got some very late picks onto ASE's players, which meant that the Soul Bloom is still going to be up and available before that 2-minute timer comes on through, but it looks like everyone is actually going to be in that zone, so no one is potentially going to be hit by that Yang depletion.
To be tough, I saw RL in the background. They're looking like blueberries on the Transformers. They do have Yang depletion. They need to find a situation here, and this is the problem if you do not find kills. You find yourself in this awkward position where the lobby starts checking everyone's health. Hey, what are the vibes over here? You don't want to be the weakest link. We do get a Ballista shot coming out from Rico, just tickling GG on their rotation. Now Bauda does have the White Tiger buff. Looking around, checking the vibes with everyone. No one really wants to commit here until a team reveals who has the Vermilions or who has Yang depletion. Every team is kind of hawking, waiting to see that little bit of weakness before a bloodbath is about to happen.
Well, we might be seeing that now as DRG are potentially going to get caught on the wrong sides of this rotation. They're also all blueberries, terminology that we use because they're very easy to pick if they've only got blue armor in comparison to what everybody else is rocking. At this point in the game, your scaling needs to be incredibly high up there, otherwise you are just a very easy vulnerable target. With Wu Chen not being in the mix, that potential to block a lot of ranged incoming damage has been severely limited. So if we see something like a Temi-Wisp go that way, it could be curtains for them in a matter of moments. It looks, however, like you said, no one really wants to make that first move because they know if one fight kicks off, if everyone goes and takes a fight against DRG, that powder keg that is waiting to explode is instantly going to burn into motion. And a lot of these teams don't want to have their hands forced in regards to ultimates because they might ult to win a fight at that point, but then without that ultimate, they'll lose the war at a later one.
Yeah, we did see some cheeky plays with the Viper sneaking up and getting that stun. That's the problem. Even though you're standing next to each other, it doesn't mean that you're actually friends. At any point, if things get swirly, a ballistic shot comes down, big damage goes onto one team, anyone can betray in this spot. We are going to be moving into the 80% Moonbane part of the game. Moonbane comes down, taking up most of the space, and everyone's forced to the corners, and this sometimes excites action. If you get caught lacking in this spot, you could be taken down. HY has somehow survived the situation as a duo. The second a team starts counting how many they have left, look to them to get picked off, but somehow
They're playing close to GG. They're costume changing and pretending that GG's Tianhai is theirs, because we see all of the wonderful cosmetics and customizations that these players have. The players themselves don't. So we refer to it in the industry as the costume change, where if you're being chased, then you would actually try and put as much distance between yourself and another team, swap your weapons so you're not easily identifiable. But in trios, what you can actually do is hug another team who have a similar composition and pretend so that they don't realize that you're 2 or 1 against the world. As we can actually see that Furifuro has been forced into burning out that Tianhai ultimate, and instantly everyone is looking to shark him down. The Viper ultimate is going to be iframed, but it comes at the cost of the ultimate rather than the activation of it. And now he's incredibly vulnerable and relying on his 2 teammates. They're zipping in the Kylan to have his back as they reposition. As we can actually see the Bite have moved into prime position of controlling that Spirit Well with the Ferrier mech and the cannon pressure that it can output onto the players around.
Interesting. Bauda moved on to the Spirit Well before GG can set up. GG is known for their Spirit Well play, but just a couple seconds made all of the difference right there as Bauda took control of that Spirit Well. Now the rest of the lobby is going to be rotating out. GG not going to be all in here. We're seeing Bauda in the kill feed. They did manage to take that Spirit Well using the Ferret to push the monks away, and now Bauda has a second momentum. They get to referee this lobby and see who they want to take out, and it looks like SR is going to get another pickoff as the zone closes. It's getting a little bit too cozy for the rest of the teams as everyone starts unleashing their cannon shots, poking everyone into an awkward position. Everyone's kept a lot of their ammo saved up for this exact position. Look for a team to get really low here for another fight to break out.
I mean, I like the fact that the Sand Siphons have actually laid claim immediately to the highest ground. Seb actually talked about it on the desk, that Viper drop down with the ultimate. They love to find high positions and drop down with that V1 so that you don't have the opportunity of hiding yourself out of LOS to break the tether coming on through. So it makes sense that both the Sand Siphon compositions have hauled themselves up into that position to block the Viper comes from having control of being able to do just that, as the rest of the space has so many corners, so many walls. The Viper ultimate isn't going to find as much value as if we were ending on somewhere like Sunwing, which is famed for the verticality that it brings to those final zones.
I'm surprised Taliska has been able to survive this long as a solo Kylan, keeping EU's hopes alive in the corner. But moving to the south, GG, the Titans of the lobby. They're known for this endgame. They're known for being the maestros of endgame. They have so many wins in their back pocket. 3-3-0 on the Monk. Looks like they're going to be claiming this house, trying to avoid all of the possible AoE damage. Out of sight, out of mind. Unfortunately, though, the cannon shots are going to be chipping them through the wall, but they do manage to slow things down. Even though the cannon shots are coming in, a lot of these teams want to hold their ammo down. 3-3-0 is getting very, very low, and on the outside, Rico with their Viper is waiting for that exact time to get that Viper on, and unfortunately for Taliska, he is going to get caught out. He is going to cause the actual mayhem to start. Temio's going to be coming down, V1's going to be coming down, and 5-2-1 makes a play for GG in the house. They're in a tough spot between the Temi wall. Ivan is going to get juggled by the Kylan ult, but the Karumi ult is going to pick them up. Now, this is a mosh pit inside. Monk cannot ult in here, and 5-2-1 is going to steal the house away from GG.
Yeah, GG evacuated from that house, now going to have to come out with Furufuro's ultimate to give themselves a little bit of briefing room as everybody else goes to the other side to play it safe. SR holding that position, also going to be holding onto their ultimates as Kakaishi and DRG get picked. A double pick managed to come on through from GG off of a double slam. That Tamolcha ultimate is actually giving Furry Frou a window of safety to recover the second that his TNI ultimate drops, because now he doesn't have to burn that combo breaker, as the Smudge ultimate was able to block all of the pressure from the rest of the teams. It did, however, isolate everybody else out from a potential double grab coming on through, which meant that GG didn't find all of the kills that they were looking for, and they now have to swap to Cannon to start recharging that rage as quickly as possible off of all of that AoE pressure. We can see that Frou is just going to continue to spam that damage. He doesn't have repair, also has to take a little bit of downtime, as we can actually see that we've got Twin Shot Bounce Shell coming on through for Frou so that he can get double the connections, double the rage generation. Has to be careful that he doesn't get silenced though and can't utilize that ultimate, as GG are going to be relying as that zone closes and all of these players are pushed from the safety of that house directly into GG's literal waiting arms, as Frou is going to look for that ultimate and try and scoop up as many as he possibly can, and Bowder decide that they're going to make the first move before GG can get into position. VVV's already on the mech. He can potentially knock back the Tien Hai if a player gets grabbed, and he's going to look to do just that, as we can see Rico from the top ropes playing above it all in the hopes of holding onto the Syra ultimate for that last possible moment.
SR, the last one to go, their last ditch effort with their V1, not able to get him about a XCM on the Uation, putting people on the skewer, getting everyone out there. He's going to hold the center, his health is going down slowly. He does find a big skewer onto plan B, sends him flying. XCM down to his last life, but in the sky, GG is going to have a couple kills, but it is going to be Rico and GG with the tie to close it out. 19 kills, 17 kills. Crazy end game to start this day.
Oh my goodness, I feel like we had a little bit of deja vu. Back when, you know, we had that rule change where it was only the last team standing that got the kill score multiplier, and a lot of teams actually, if they knew that they weren't going to walk away with the MVP, they would purposely leave one of their players alive really pettily, just to make sure to deny the kill score multiplier, especially on these bi-weekly finals, or potentially this EWC title coming on through, where it's so important for kill score multipliers that these teams boost their points up and can hit that match point threshold as quickly as they can. And that's exactly what Rico did on the Syra. He was playing above absolutely everything so that he didn't get forced into burning his ultimate and could hold on to it for when the zone collapsed, and he could go toe-to-toe with the sustain that GG's Transformer composition could bring to the table.
We are going to be taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen, but we'll be right back for some NARAKA trios. Do not go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your Club Championship update. My name is Barney and I'm here to bring you all of the gossip because we're going to kick things off with Crossfire. It's day 2 and our only team out of the teams that are in contention for the Club Championship title that are in the upper bracket is Team Liquid. We also have Twisted Minds, Team Falcons and Virtus.pro in the lower bracket, so they're facing elimination today. So that's going to get a bit dicey. If Twisted Minds do lose today, that means they're out of contention for the Club Championship title. Let's move on to Counter-Strike 2. That kicks off today, and our main headline match is of course going to be between Team Vitality and Team Liquid. It's going to be a spicy one. If Team Vitality loses, they will be out of contention for the Club Championship title. Right, let's move on. We've also got Team Falcons and Virtus.pro. They will be playing in tomorrow's matches, so stay tuned for that. Now, Street Fighter 6. That starts today as well. No eliminations or points are to be gained, but our round of 16 will be solidified and they will be awaiting their opponents. There's still loads to happen. We're still early on in the day right now, so we'll check in with you later to give you an update.
我要去打药，你们打。OK， 给我，我来，我出道。连到。OK， 打药了。他就是其中一队，我们俩其中一队进的。好，快点，我拿金刀了，拿。别，我连一个。我吃完，吃这个花油。走，哎，这收完，比个头，这不？我没拿头，我拿了2。我知道。全是我的，都自己想，全是我的。平了，应该我们平了。我们多少？我们21分。Nice.
We knew the action was going to be hot, and boy, did we get some action right there. But before we go on with NARAKA BLADEPOINT, we got to talk about the club championship here at the Esports World Cup Festival, because Twisted Minds, I'm hearing that they got eliminated from Crossfire. So any chance that team had at winning the EWC club, it's not going to be happening. But now let's go back to NARAKA BLADEPOINT, because man, what a match to start off with. We had SR 19 kills, Dunk. That's just ridiculous.
It really is, isn't it? You know, we were talking about it, you know, solos yesterday. It was incredible. It was so amazing to watch, especially those final moments. And then today, it's a different beast. You know, we love to see trios as well. There's, you know, I got a lot of love for both. But SR coming in at the very end, able to make it to the very last moments. For those of you who don't know, when the storm counts down, when the timer in the top counts down to 0, multiple people, if they're alive, they draw. No kill multiplier, and it makes a huge difference.
Oh, Hipbrain, I see you shaking your head there. Anything you want to say about that draw at the end?
I mean, that draw was crazy. I'm sure both GG and SR are sad that they didn't get that kill multiplier off that, because they both had a really, really big round of points. It was 19 for SR, and I believe it was 16 for GG. I'm happy to be proven wrong, because I put GG on my power rankings. I said earlier that they're a team who normally scale into the end of the game, end of the day. They kind of pop off in the later half of the day. But this is a solid start for a team who are normally slow to warm up. And they're a team who have always been incredible in final circles. That has been their major strength. They get to those final circles and they know how to pilot it. They have 3-3-0 on Monk, one of the best Monks there's ever been, alongside like the likes of Eagle. But he got his Monk, he popped off on it. I'm a Tianhai hater, but I have to admit, he looked real good.
Let's not get into hating yet, all right? Looking at the match ranking here, Seb, anything that currently stands out, and don't worry, we'll get a chance to talk of some of the other stuff you definitely want to talk about DRG.
Taking a look at the scoreboard, we're going to be seeing SR coming away with a 21.5 game score, putting them in that first place position. Chengdu's GG Esports Club are going to be hitting that 19.5 in second place, with Bauda bringing up that third place podium position at 13.5. Taking a look at ASE, they've got 10.5, and Tianjin Gaming going to be bringing that up in fifth place with 9.5. Something that I wanted to note here, we all had OUG playing very, very highly, and they are only in sixth place.
Oh, 20 match MVP right here, 27,000 damage. 8 kills. I'm looking at this stats, Hiprin, and I mean, talk about wanting to start off your day hot.
That is pretty solid damage, actually. I'm going to be honest, I was like, we've seen higher. We have, but that is a really, really solid start to the day. A lot of damage coming out of them, a lot of kills as well. 8 kills getting picked up. I can't remember what they were playing, actually, what character they're playing in that comp, but regardless, very, very solid start there for SR. 21 points. Remember, match point threshold is 47, so they're closing in on halfway there already. It is early. And I feel like we're not going to see them put back-to-back victories together. It's very rare in trios to actually see that happen. Yeah. I think we're going to see multiple people getting into very high points, and by game 4, it's going to be tight.
Yeah, especially with the madness that we saw out of there. It'll be crazy if they do end up getting that match MVP, but something that we definitely got to talk about is about CDGG, because this team, usually they're known for just doing bad if they lose their drop, but they won this Yang, and it was pivotal.
Oh, absolutely. They're coming in here. We see the Monk jumping off the pillar, able to create that line of sight opportunity and try and find those crowds, but unfortunately not able to do all that much until the very last second. But that was because of that Justina freeze coming through, denying it. But then again, you're forcing them to commit that to the Monk to prevent him from creating opportunities.
And this was a big one, because obviously the attention going into today was on OUG, right? Like, these guys won last week at the MPPL in 4 games. Having these 2 titans go toe-to-toe inside this first realm of Yang put OUG on the back foot, really. Put them at a big deficit. You can see the overall head-to-head between the pair of them. Look at the damage difference between well, actually, that's OUG and ASE, our 2 main teams.
Yeah, and this head-to-head is brought to you by SMB. OUG losing that one, you guys were mentioning too. For GG, for them to be able to win this fight, it's going to be just such a big momentum booster for the squad.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate to see OUG underperforming in game number 1, and I do think that first Yang was the most pivotal point when it comes to their performance in the gameplay. If they were able to make more strides into the rest of the game, they would have had a little bit more coming through, but being on Yang depletion after first Yang, it's a lot difficult to regain that kind of footing.
I mean, we've been giving out notes this whole day. I think it's time we go to a little bit of some Dr. Notes brought to you by Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib with none other than Raven and Creatives.
You want me to start or you want to start?
No, you take it away.
Hello, guys. My name is Dr. C8. I'm here with a fellow Dr. PLZ.
My notes are saying, Doctor, today that GG, they're on their last leg right now, but they're going to revitalize this league, and they're going to take it. They always start out slow when a new meta, but they're going to go and dominate today. Another hot take, though. The youth of the league, baby you. All my notes say the youth is going to be taking it. He's going to show that baby face and absolutely dominate today and do it 2 times.
My notes say differently. OUG and DRG being one of the 2 veterans in the league here in the MSC as well, being able to compete. I think they have a good chance to take this MSC championship home today. I mean, it's going to be up for grabs. I'm excited to see what's going to happen. We have a bunch of games lined up today. Today's going to be a really exciting day, just like yesterday. So let's see how the games go.
That's right, Creatives. We're going to have some intense matches. I mean, we just saw that finish there. You guys are talking about maybe SR not getting another MVP. But you, Seb, I see you that we're giving out their hot takes, their Dr. Notes. You got any hot takes out there?
I've got an incredibly hot take, and this could go one of 2 ways. It could go incredibly well, and I love the long shot. We love betting on the underdog here. I think we're going to see Hypercube placing in the top 3 overall.
That's it?
That's my hot take. They're going to get themselves into the top 3. They had a little bit of a slow start to this game. 6th position with 2 eliminations. So they're not doing too great so far, but I definitely think that they're going to be able to bring it back.
Okay, all right. I'm just seeing that both of you smiling, so I feel like we have to be fair here. I'm going to go with you, Duncan, first, because you were like, oh boy, send it to me, 7.
Ooh, yeah, no, that is certainly a hot take, Seb. I like it, though. I like it. You know, Hypercube coming from EU. I've been playing against these guys for a long time. I know all of them. You know, first time I've ever seen them all in real life, but definitely, you know, they are solid players. top 3 is spicy, though. I like it. I like that energy, and I would like. I hope that they do very well. And the fact that they were still alive. We also had the NA team. We had multiple, all sorts in that end game. So anything's possible today, ladies and gentlemen. I'm hyped. Let's go.
With the way you were smiling at me, I thought you were gonna come in and say, "I disagree."
Oh no,
maybe Hairbrain, or do you have your own hot take?
My hot take is we should put Seb to bed. I think the heat's got to him, man. Like, there is no way. I would be surprised if they make it out of bottom 3. And I'm not being mean here, but I really have a lot of faith in the CN players. I'm sorry, buddy. It's time for you to put the mic down.
We're just going to have to wait and see. This is the global team's chance to get revenge for solos, and I think that they're going to be able to make waves and make it happen. They've got that energy. They just need to get the ball rolling. As soon as they get one good game under their belt, that momentum is going to carry, and the global region teams are going to come out on top. Relax, Hypercube, all of our global teams, MVP, 521, we are going to be seeing them do very well.
Okay, well, you threw that one out there. Let's kind of talk about another global team that is now a part of the NBPL, and it's none other than VN571. It's known for being a consistent team. I feel like they had a good showing here in the first match. Dunk, I'm looking at you. How are we feeling with that team?
521, definitely really solid. We've seen them playing in MBPL on that stage for quite a while now, and they've been stepping it up every single week. Early on in this year, it wasn't, the tippy top, but, previously, last week, they were in first place overall after the second game. So they've definitely done something to level up their game.
Oh, we started off their draft. You can see VN521 Esports, their picks right there, Hairbrain.
Yeah, it's a lot of the kind of crowd control heavy comps, the ones that will bring a lot of CC to fights, lock people down, can be really hard to deal with in those late game circles, and they're actually probably one of the harder teams to third party into unless you time it right. You need to make sure that you see the big ultimates get used and then jump in. But if Yuashen still has the Terracotta Warrior in the pocket, then it's very hard to deal with him because he can buy so much space for his team. A character who typically was played in the original Transformers comp as, hold on, Bowder, they jump for a Hardy?
Oh my goodness.
Spicy. For those of you who know, or those of you who don't know, Hardy was a force to be reckoned with for a very long time. He dominated the meta, solos, trios, everything. But then he got severely nerfed and he fell out of the meta. His face was on the side of a milk carton. Have you seen this man? He was nowhere to be found, but now we're seeing him come back, a little bit here, a little bit there. We saw him last week, once or twice. Is he going to make a splash today? Maybe.
Post-nerf Hottie is absolutely cooked. There's no way that the Hottie teams, and I'm not saying this just out of my own personal opinion, I'm saying this because watching these games when Hottie plays, they do not perform well. Maybe Bauda has some secret tech that they've been waiting until the EWC Mid-Season Challenge Championship to bring out. And we're going to be taking a look here at Hypercube, and look at this across the board, almost the exact same comp.
I'm not going to laugh in the face of innovation. We've seen multiple times where people have pulled it off here in the NBPL at least. I think that Hardy might be a bold pick, but it's Bowder. If there's one team I trust hit this tournament to pull something crazy out and play it well, it's going to be Bowder. But like we expected, a lot of similar picks in all of the orders there.
Oh, we got some surprise picks from you guys. You guys are definitely surprised by it. We got that action in game 1. I know we're ready for game 2. So God, Moxie, Raven, please, how are we feeling about some of these picks?
Thank you, Seven. We are feeling excited at the major shift of this meta. Viper, at the last second before this tournament, has shifted into that first pick, and we're seeing the success of today depending on how you're playing the rush down comp of NARAKA. Viper being paired with Syro, being paired with Justina, you're seeing this high action, high violence coming in off spot. Now, normally we saw Viper really just like play on Firefly maps, but now we're seeing her inside Realm of Yang, and it's changing the landscape of NARAKA trios.
Yeah, talking about changing the landscape, we might need to update that milk carton, as I'm sure Dunk actually will remember this, because he and we had the opportunity to cast the last bi-weekly final, and it was actually Alliance who tried the Hardy composition, just like we're seeing Bowder. Now, it didn't do all that amazingly. It lost into a Realm of Yang fight, and then we didn't really see it make any more momentum because they had Yang depletion and just got zoned out of the rest of the map. But let's see if Bowder are going to be able to find much more success with this composition as we head into Padoria. Padoria being our latest map coming on through in the NARAKA BLADEPOINT pool. And Padoria has some unique mechanics to it, shall we say, as we're going to be seeing Hypercube. They're going to be unchallenged, which is very untraditional when we get to have a look at Padoria for Arcadia, as Arcadia is the home of the Fonda coins, which when you collect 7 of them and you bring it to the center of that map location, you're actually able to interact and get yourself your hands on the Vulpine Essence, which is essentially a boosted up Mortal Defiance, and we got to see how important Mortal Defiance was yesterday in our solo showdown between Spider and Mike.
Shout outs to Satiko leading Hypercube to be landing on this position. I know after talking to him before today, he said the main thing they're going to be working on is their off-spawn strategy. Now, normally, like Moxie said, this position is one of the S-tier positions on Padoria because it gives you that last hit potential, that fatal blow protection, setting you up for that fair 3v3 in the Yang. But normally this is contested. I believe that Satiko probably scouted out that the CN teams who normally land here weren't going to EWC, and he set his team up for success, leading them to this spot.
What do you think about the fact that we're actually going to be seeing a fight go down in Imperium? What are the chances that we actually get to see the Extreme Longsword come into play?
I mean, with so many Vipers in the lobby, Moxie, everything is possible. With the timing attack coming in, we are going to be going over to DRG versus OUG. Tough fight for DRG. Kakashi is going to be taken down, and now in a 2v3 situation, moving over to the opposite side, looking for the flank, and now YCG is going to be joining to the party. Big Perry's going to be coming out, now moving back to the center. MVP versus 521, and Bowda. 9 players all involved in this mosh pit. No one wants to be monkey in the middle right here. We got to get out of the center.
Yeah.
Now, slowing down. They are 5-2-1 though on that Viper comp. Look for them to rush down and get these kills.
Yeah, 5-2-1 have actually already got a Matari ultimate if they feel themselves getting pressured. Bella's also going to be running to give information of everyone's location around them, as we can see Fat Milk coming on through with those dual halberds. Now gets a refresh of that F ability, which is going to burn, but not find the connection onto MVP's Hong. He has been able to isolate, however, Hong out of the fight entirely for the rest of his players to be able to pick on him. And oh my goodness, the corner hold with the flying knives follow up. The Kylan stands no chance.
5-2-1 in shambles right now, but they still have a little bit of hope with Fat Milk looking for the res, but Bowda is going to make their way across. NY7, new position 1 for Bowda. He was a fragging monster on Team Alliance, now paired up with VVV. I'm looking for these guys to have so much horsepower to run over the competition today. Hong, though, on MVP is going to be able to find the kite, find the cut of line of sight, and make his way out of there. NY7 does hit the bell, revealing his location, but it looks like MVP was able to create enough distance that Bowda now is going to slow down, try to loot up, claim the center of the map, because there is so much loot they are ready to consume.
Yeah, 5-2-1 are still going to be drifting around the area to see whether or not it's worth coming back into that fight. However, with Bowda being on a Transformer composition and already having 5 of those eliminations, like you said, they're going to be looking to just slowly scale on up uncontested, as we can have a look and see ASE, but no, it's going to be DRG going head-to-head against OUG. That Temi ultimate locking everybody in position for the Kylan to just batter them all about the shop, as Baby is going to be popping that Skater ultimate. It's not fully scaled enough to legendary level 3 state, however, so it's not going to be doing all of that much distance nor stun, as we can actually see the reason for why these teams are contesting the space. The floating piles have spawned enough, which means the Fireflies have also respawned onto the map. Ballista comes into play too. Baby U having to burn all of the Furin Shells to keep the players of DRG away from him, as well as throw out the focus hits of the Nunchuck so that he can have a little bit of pipe armor through the range shots. We can see the Forbidden Seal has been popped, which means that the Takeda ultimate ends early, and Kakashi with the meter dump comes through on the nunchucks, and this is just going back and forth. DRG's players are so incredibly low, but so too is OUG Shinyu. Kakaishi's trying to find the chase, but he's being kept in place by OUG's two other teammates who are doing such a good job of peeling for their teammate.
Oh my goodness, the trap of the Forbidden Seal plus the Ballista turning the tides in the favor of DRG as OUG is gonna get locked down. Right as they went into that fight, Baby U was holding his ultimate to try to turn the tides, but the Forbidden Seal, a little bit of oversight of OUG. Twice have they been outplayed by something very, very sneaky. Forbidden Seal gonna steal away Baby U's Takeda ult, the strongest ult of that composition. All of the offense runs through the Baby U, and unfortunately, he had his legs cut out from under him.
Yeah, Baida's still gonna be slow rolling up over in Imperium, getting ready for this composition to go into that first Realm of Yang. We can see that the armor is going to be on NY7, and it's likely going to be sticking on him too, so that he can have that scaling in his ultimate. There's SR blue armors for a lot of them, but all of their ultimates are going to be potentially looking on setting on up 17S's Takeda ultimate. The way that the Takeda V3 works is it doesn't just scale individually off of the Takeda, it scales off of the entire team. So it's paramount that every single one of the players, both the Temi and the Syra, starts looting on up to upscale that Takeda's ultimate.
Now, it looks like GG did lose 3-3-0 off spot. They're going to be making their way to the north. GG, one of the best teams when it comes to recovery, finding that reloot up, navigating through everyone's spawning locations, but it's going to be very tough considering it's just a Viper and Matari. Now, they do have the ability with that V1 stun to possibly snipe everyone else. ASC in the same situation, complete shambles. Both of these teams on the edges of the map, just trying to loot up, find some footing in. A lot of the comeback mechanisms in NARAKA, if you're just watching, happens to be the Spirit Well, caves around the map, and different looting locations. Now, you ideally want to go to the first phase where you're going to go into the Realm of Yang, just like DRG is set up right now. Purple armor, blue armor, Jades to the max, so you got that melee reduction and those plus attack. But if you don't, if things don't go your way, there are different ways to find your footing to bring your game back.
Yeah, we also have our prayer altars, which you can see Kakashi interacting with here, and then utilizing that jump to animation cancel out of the animation lock for the emote, as the first time that you hit that interact button with your emote actually automatically spawns up the loot that the altar holds, so you can then just cancel it and go back to back 3 times before that altar is entirely bankrupt from giving you consumables, and that means that you get consumables for things like armor powder and Vitalia, but it can also sometimes drop you the odd soul jade too.
Now, looking at the overall leaderboards, Bauda already at 6 kills, and surprisingly on a Transformer composition with the unorthodox Hadi and Syra. So maybe it's an ace card that they save to keep up their sleeves, but definitely working very, very well on the back of VVV and NY7 piloting that composition. We are going to find the Moonbane TJG versus YZG. Temi ult's going to be coming out. Yushan ult going to be able to cut through that Temi wall, not getting slowed down, but it looks like their crewmate was assassinated within that initial Bane. YZG, though, has to chase down his targets. It looks like ZXL is going to be called back. Instead, they are going to let him go, but big third party and value off this Moonbane.
Oh, that's really unfortunate, DJG. Oh, the Temi's a sliver. He's trying to run away from the LMVs of those fist blades, but he's already down the combo breaker. Kite side into one of the buildings of Arcadia. Scale rushes out of the window, but I mean, Mitari's got the app. And we just dash, interrupt, catch the disengage. Something that was very unusual there for YZG was the fact that they invested the Moonbane onto a team directly rather than one of the entrances to those Realm of Yangs. However, we normally refer to that Moonbane as the dinner bell because everybody on the map can actually see the location of it. They know that there's a fight going on, and they would then start drifting into that position to look for a third party when all of those teams are down their abilities and down their ultimates. But now, because the attention is actually split between control and position for Spirit Well and control and position for Realm of Yang, no team has actually really started to contest YZG and punishing them for taking that fight earlier against TJG.
Now, we are seeing SR and Bauta setting up for the round of Yang. Very, very cordial. Nice single file to go in. No shenanigans. We are going to get to see the first Sand Siphon versus Transformers. I always say every meta has a Viper, has a Temi, has a Monk. I'm excited to see where we've taken Transformers versus Siphon. NY7's going to lead to charge with an ult in the middle. SR, though, going to use the pillage to line of sight, getting away from any of these dodges. His teammates need to create some space for him. Syra ult's going to get picked in response to defend his teammates. SR17S going to be cooking the legs of NY7. Get off my legs. We're going to be hopping out of here as SR is doing a really good job of denying this Monk's value. Rico in the midair saying, you can't grab me, but 17S is going to go for a ride, and now it's SR's turn to go on the offensive.
They're trying to find that 2 versus 1 isolation fight, but the Decatur ultimate is doing a very good job appealing for that Syra. Unfortunately, that stun does manage to come on through from the other side, catching out both Rico and 17S, as we can see the later Syra ultimate coming on through from their opponent. Temi ultimate, a sniper from Jai trying to give SR a window of opportunity, but that Syra still gets to go through the windows. However, the shield has now been broken. Badra out of that Syra ultimate, and we go back to back combo breakers, but the aerial dash keeps the Syra up in the air long enough for the follow-up to come on through, and this is just a matter of crossing the T's and dotting the I's, as Bauta are just going to be playing with their food.
Yeah, Bauta sliding uppercut on the pole sword. Victory lap for them. VVV leading the charge for this team. Bauta is looking unstoppable with just the amount of DPS they're able to put out, the amount of just insane carries on this team. XCM also a carry coming from Wolves. Oh my goodness, this team is super stacked. I'm wondering really how they're going to play these end games, because TXJ was definitely the general to VVV for these end games, but they have won so many end games, only second to GG. So going into the later part of this game, so I'm looking to see what Bauta has cooking for us for the rest of the day.
I tell you, when we did the talent show earlier as a cold open, some of the players were really bad at the keepy uppies, but in the game, the keepy uppy potential is incredible, especially with the aerial dash extensions. As we're going to have, well, a little bit of downtime, as all of our teams with Yang Depletion are going to be splitting on off, not immediately going for the revive. We can actually see the top left corner of the screen, 21 players alive, 12 players currently in soul form. You don't immediately want to revive, as you can utilize your soul form, still see players and get a better lay of the land for where a potential better composition to fight into will be. So we can have a look and see, ooh, ASC getting the win against DRG with that jump LMV coming on for to finish off that last straggler, as now we get the Yang Depletion fights. That Vermilion Birds Might is going to give ASC all of the confidence to invest their ultimates. Han, unfortunately, has been zoned out almost immediately by the Smolch ultimate, which is going to be able to block the grab potential coming on through from this Tianhai, and his ultimate is about to be over. Kylanol comes on through from ASC's miss. Was almost able to find a grab, doesn't manage to find the time for it, and now has to go in and play off of that disruption sent in by his Kylan. Jabbing is revealed on the staff, no animation. You just have to 50-50 gamble parry time it, and ASC's hand is going to be an absolute menace in the back with all of those hits coming on through before Hypercube are ready to take them.
Hypercube holding their ult for as long as possible. Kato is going to be popping through, but Han is doing such a good job with this jabbing on the staff, doing so much damage, back-to-back parries, and now the ultimate is not going to matter for Hypercube. Taliska's going to try to fade out, trying to find a focus tag. He does get a parry, a moment of hope for Hypercube. Mortal 5-6 going to be popping out. That Red Jade going to give him a bit of health, but it's not going to matter. AST is too safe with it, covering the parry chances. They are going to take him down. Valiant effort by Hypercube.
We're going to be seeing a zoning Viper ultimate coming on through. VVV actually going to be able to dodge it by hiding inside the invisible bush. The purple bush does cut LOS, so you don't have to worry about that Viper Tether. What YZG has to worry about is the uppercut extension off of those fist blades. VVV, however, is overextended now, and he goes a little bit too far away from his team. Vermilion Birds Might was there, and it does feel like Bauta actually took this fight aggressively so that they could guarantee a reset before that buff ran out, and they didn't actually lose a player after it had been burned through.
Unfortunately for YZG, Bauda did burn all their ultimates. Now just GG know that YZG is naked. No ultimates to their name, but it looks like YZG is going to be peeling off as second gank is going to be coming up. Now, looking at DRG coming in to 5-2-1. They're coming in very, very aggressively, but 5-2-1 just like, we don't mind. We got our homies here, OUG as well. You better back up, but GG's going to be coming up with a flank. Got to be careful. So many Vipers here. Fat Milk gets wiped off the map in a second. Oh my goodness. He just got completely deep fried out of here.
Yeah, I think we need some new wallpaper in Arcadia, as this one's probably going to need some nice vinegar to get those bloodstains off, as that was Fan LMB into just follow-up R&B from this halberd, and like you said, absolutely evaporated. Gone that one moment, gone the next, as we can have a look at Bauda, who are going to be pulling off a magic trick themselves and hoping that they can make their opponent disappear with the Sire ultimate. That Stun Dazzle is going to be able to find the stun connection into the triple charge beam, and this is just going to be Bauda dealing one by one with the individual threats that are posed by RL.
Oh no, we're watching RL just get cannibalized right now, but we are going to go back to YZG and GG doing the happy hop skip around each other as the second Yang is going to be coming in. Look at the overall leaderboards. Bauda is leading with 13 kills. This is their pop-off game right now. Can anyone slow them down? ASC, one of the favorites in this tournament as well, gonna be trying to be the bump in the road, but NY7 posting up, looking to old Han matching right here. Boxing matches before these two Titans, both of them going for a grabber now, looking for the hip jump, not gonna get it. Stomp is gonna get denied by the punch. Han gonna eat some hands from NY7. Get off me. ASC's miss, looking for the scare watch, trying to find some openings to get a grab for his teammate NY7. Nice eye from NY7. Gonna dodge a jump from Han. He does get one grab up. Big heel's gonna be coming through, but ult is gonna be running out soon. But unlike the other comp, we are gonna see, Moxie, how Hotie's gonna be doing here.
Yeah, Hotie comes out, but so too has Kylan come down from the other side to be able to keep up the pressure. VVV Sire ultimate isn't gonna be in time to save his player. It's just gonna be ASE now potentially taking down the Tianhai, having to watch out for the stun dazzles on the sidelines of the Syra, as they are going to be able now with that Kylan ultimate to still disrupt the Syra. And once again, it's gonna be a play with the food to kite out that buff. Syra used to be absolutely unstoppable in these kinds of fights because she was unflappable. You would not be able to stagger her out of her ultimate outside of anything other than a direct monk grab. But a couple of patches ago, they did go after her, and now things like that Kylan ultimate are still able to stagger her, even in her V1. So unfortunately for VVV, yeah, Bauda are just going to let him go back and forth between the pillars and do, well, nothing much of anything else.
VVV not even going to heal up, trying to do a cheeky timeout right here. If you do tie in the Rebel Yang, he could possibly put them in a terrible position.
If anyone can do it, it's VVV.
No, VVV's like, nah, we're not going to go for the BM. I see respectable gentlemen, VVV. Me personally, though, we're for sure healing up, letting them know, hey, man, you can't be caught lacking here. We may take you down, but look at the overall scoreboards. Bauda was just like, absolutely dominating these scoreboards. We are going to see Draco Storm come out. We haven't seen a lot of Draco Storm in the past. A lot of times teams opt to go White Tiger since Draco Storm was nerfed. So a little bit of a meta shift again at EWC. People pulling out all the stops, getting sneaky strategies, and we are going to move over to GG and YZG with the White Tigers buff.
Yeah, YZG, like you said, with that White Tigers, potentially going to take blows against GG. But it looks like a truce has been somewhat called, as everybody just wants to make sure that they have enough resources before we go into these final zones. The less of the map that these teams have access to, the less resources, because they've already been picked clean by others that came through previously. So when we get to these really jam-packed 20 players in one singular space, the only way that you can start picking up anything new to keep your health bars up is, well, absorbing it from the cans of fallen players. And that's why we're going to be seeing a lot of these teams really prioritize stockpiling up things like the repair kits so they can have repairs for their cannons, and also the armor powders and vitalities. We can have a look at the replay coming on through. OUG here with their Sand Siphon composition. Immediately the Tumult ultimate looking for the isolation, the follow-up with the Furin shoves as well. As the staff stagger does come on out, but he's able to just go for the double roll reaction to avoid getting full staggered, and OUG will be able to come through on top, picking the much mortiform meta coming on through of that Mystic Might buff.
We are going to go over to 5-2-1 and OUG rotating over. And one of the things we saw today, during these lull moments, we saw OUG fall victim of you think we're friends right now, but if a Viper gets close to the right person that she wants to silence, she wants to get that 5-second stun on, you could get caught lacking. And if I'm any team and I'm looking, my coach was watching the feed, he comes back and is like, we can no longer trust these Viper positions, just because for the first time in NARAKA history, Vipers are consistently going into the realm of Yang, and now we're getting these Yang depletion weird situations that potentially a Viper team could have Yang depletion, so they're willing to all in you out of nowhere. And we're seeing to the left, the red squares indicate who has Yang depletion. Unfortunately, it's NA, RL. They do have Yang depletion now, but they are at 6 kills. If they do that same sneaky play as a SR, they can find themselves in a good position. And again, they are finding one of the Titan teams right now. They are right next to GG, and GG doesn't know that this team has Yang depletion.
Yeah, no one wants to get Julius Caesar. It was, what, 57 knife wounds? I think was what ended up taking him. It's not exactly 57 knife wounds as much as Viper Ultimate, meaning that you can do much of nothing else as you watch your health bar 100 to 0 in a matter of about 3 moments or so. But as we can see with all of these teams with the Yang depletion, they've all been drawn into the outskirts of Imperium, which is normally the center of the map. However, the zone is actually going to be forcing a lot of a reposition to come on through. And we're actually going to get to see one team put into the pressure by enough players around them that they're forced to burn the Transformer ultimate, and we can actually see the full jump investment. He's not looking for grabs. NY7 is in full disengagement mode, and I think he's taken it upon himself to be the sacrificial pawn for his team. He was trying to be enough of an attention draw that everyone looked at the Tien Hai and didn't look at the rest of Bowder's players, and they get an opportunity to escape the horde that is chasing them, as NARAKA isn't at the moment a battle royale as much as a zombie chaser, as poor Bowder find themselves absolutely encompassed by players that are out for their blood.
Yeah, Bowder also in tough position. Yang depletion to them. Nice job from RL to pick the perfect team to attack. The Viper team's all looking around them and licking their lips, ready to claim some more kills. Bowder's BBB, last one left side, standing, trying to find the staggers on to these attackers. He is going to find GG's LXM though. Big kills have been coming through, looking for the Soul Bloom to keep this fight going. BBB has 27,000 in his inventory. He could possibly rest his teammates. He is going to back off here as YZG and RL is going to be rotating and picking those bodies clean of all the loot. RL able to get a ton of money off of here. Even though they have the Yang depletion, they can back off here, possibly res their Justina, and it looks like you see their plan B grabbing that res to res their Justina. Nice job from RL to clutch it up in that tough situation.
BBB is about to run into 5-2-1. No, BBB. We're about to see him pop up, I'm sure, on the right side of that kill feed in the wrong potential moment. As it does actually look like he's been able to survive and still kite out 5-2-1. As we're going to have a look now, that Yang depletion is going to come on through and hit both ASE and DRG as well as 5-2-1. So a lot of these teams going to be hand-forced into having to use that aggression, and DRG are definitely going to be the opponent that everyone turns on to. As, well, other than ASE, they're the only Transformer team still left. For ASE, they don't have the Yang depletion, but it looks like with DRG picking up that buff, they're not going to be able to have that Yang depletion for long. They have been able to find a cleanse.
ASE's miss going to be fading out there. They have Mystic Might. Another great thing about Mystic Might, we talked about the buff being used to give you that ESP, seeing everyone around you, navigating this really, really congested side of the map allows you to see which compositions are around you. You don't want to wander into the Viper territory. You don't want to wander into the Siphon territory. You want to stick to your side of the map as the zone closes. Now we are going to see OUG. They're looking pretty stacked on their Sand Siphon. Baby U, he's had so many clutch moments on that Takeda just because that character scales so much going into the end game. The ultimate gets stronger and stronger, basically making it a mini Viper stun. And now that he's super empowered, we are going to see how this endgame's going to play out. We have a cliffside endgame, and this is really where Takeda shines because they're able to hold their space effectively with that Temiol to cut up the map. It's going to be really, really tough for these monks to find value looking for grabs going into this endgame.
Yeah, those Temi ults being able to just force you into either playing closer to zone so the Fury Shove pushes you out of it literally, or like Raven said, cutting up that map so that you have less access to space, get potentially kited onto another team who are then going to engage against you so that you can take control of that territory, as we're going to be seeing the Moonbane coming on through, and now we get the player stacks. No one wants to be in the middle, no one wants to take one hit of those AoEs, and ASC, see that OUG get a little bit too close for comfort, throw out a Cloud Weaver just so that OUG understand if they do try and stack up and play buddy-buddy, someone's going to get nabbed up into that Soul Jade.
Looking over at Moonbane, that 80% Moonbane coming in. It just takes up 80% of the map, forcing everyone to the edge. This is where a little bit of drama involves if you wander into the wrong spot, but it looks like everyone's going to position correctly. Sitting DRG, OUG, that's Takeda, and it looks like one of the monks.
This is wild. Yeah, the Sand Siphon and Transformer teams.
Yeah, there's a little bit of
stacking with each other, because I mean, if you count 1 Viper, 2 Viper, 3 Viper, 4 Viper. Oh, and 1 Moonbane in the middle.
The Vipers rolling the dice, trying to set up for this Spirit Well third party. It looks like 5-2-1 is going to be the first teams to go on there. Yusha and Matar, you're going to be able to deal with any type of Viper third party, and it looks like DRG's Kakaxi jumping in with the Monk ult, and the first Viper ult is going to be going down. Ibin for 5-2-1, going to pop it off, get the stagger on everyone as everyone retreats from the center of the Spirit Well. OUG binding his time, waiting this out. Shinyu's going to pop the first ult, and now ASE is going to take the center with their Monk ult, but Baby U doesn't mind. He's going to the outside looking for kills, going back to the Spirit Well though. ASE going to be claiming a ton of loot here, just investing 1 ult, musical chairs on the Spirit Well, and it looks like ASE is going to be the last one to step in there. They are going to claim the buff, and this is a big point to the Monk teams. Can they survive the Viper Horde?
There's no way DRG are able to find this revive. No way they picked him up. Everyone's running away from ASE with the buff. Unfortunately, picking him up means that he's coming back with incredibly low HP, so the Zip already has to go for the ultimate, and he might just have had another kill in. However, OUG just cleaned house against GG. They saw them so close to that zone that they moved directly in for the kill with that Cicada ultimate, and there's nothing that GG can do. Palm Lightning comes on through from the Flying Knives as well as the Moonshot Storm, and OUG are just full controlling the tempo off of those 2 Soul Jades attached to that weapon. By being able to take down GG, they've bought themselves a nice little corner of safety that no one is going to be getting close enough to challenge.
Baby U on the Takeda definitely deserves the look. YGG's QGG also very, very stacked, but Baby U's starting to activate right now, picking off all the duos and solos left. He's gonna pick a kill up onto YZG. On the north, though, high ground's being controlled by ASC. Ultimate low being controlled by OUG. We got the NA boys to the left. Shout outs to go by on the cliffside, trying to bob and weave against these super stacked teams. Now 5-2-1's Fat Milk, his team kind of in shambles right now. Baby U smelling blood in the water, gonna make his way in with his gold fist, looking to pick up more kills. Cloud Weaver's gonna be going down, shoving Shinyu, but Shinyu looking for the flank right now, but Fat Milk is doing a good job of staying alive, scale rushing up and down. Baby U, though, is going to get doped on by RL. Tamiel's going to come in to try to split up this damage, but the Tome is going to come down. Greatsword Juggle's going in. Oh my god, RL's going for a ride while Shinyu finds the kill on the cat, and then Plan B is going to get taken down by Baby U, but ASC is going to be activated on the high ground as 5-2-1 Fat Milk tries to get away. OUG is going to hold on to this ulti low. It looks like it's going to be coming down to the 2 two juggernauts, OUG and ASC as this end game closes.
OUG, however, down all of their ultimates except the Takeda, as Baby was able to pick up the blooms and get that back. Manages to dodge out of the Clyde Weaver as well as the Dragon's Roll meter dump, threatening his position, forcing him into that invisible bush so that he doesn't get spotted. As we can actually see the Jinyu manages to find the meter dump onto DRG's WX98. However, the Transformer with the TN High jumps into the position that OUG hold, and once again they're ousted from their spot. Baby's literally just using the focus movement of the fist blades to keep himself as mobile as he possibly can, as the other two players from OUG have been able to camouflage themselves into the bush and start rebuilding those ultimates in just natural charge. ASE's hand is the one that everyone is currently looking at, but he hasn't been able to find a single grab until just now. OUG get pushed out of that position. Han's already down to 50% HP. The Kylan ultimate is trying to cover him from ASE's miss, but Han's just not able to find the grabs.
ASC getting picked up from the zipping heal. He does get one grab. Big heal going to come out from that punch. Kakaxi is going to get taken down, but Baby U, oh my goodness, ASC took their hand on the ball. They're going to find the res onto Shinyu. Baby U's going to pop that Takeda and try to shove him away. They're not going to pick him up. They do see him. Baby U does get knocked down. SS is going to pop the Temio. Big parry is going to come from Baby U, creating some space. He has two more shoves in his bank, but ASC sees the thread, trying to come up there. Miss looking to get onto Baby U, trying to deny this res. Shinyu's down to his last leg, 1 HP left. OUG's SS moving around on the bottom, but ASC has their crosshairs locked on him. They don't want to give him a chance. Shinyu is going to be falling in the skies. Everyone is trying to stall out, but it looks like ASC is going for their victory lap.
ASC going to have to deal, however, with DRG's Kakashi's Monk ultimate first. Out comes the scoop, up goes Mist, and out he goes off this lobby. DRG have so many players, there's no space to be able to hide. We can see OUG's SS, a callback to the bi-weekly finals, is trying to play above it all and hold on for OUG's kill score multiplier as the zone starts to close fully. We've got 8 seconds. Is anyone going to be able to outlive, or is it going to be a draw? DRG and OUG still have players standing, and the kill score multiplier is denied.
31.5. We saw a flash of it. It looks like that was stolen away at the last second. We're going to have to wait to see what the scores look like. But OUG, just like Moxie said, the clutch up, the air stall, the mayhem on the bottom. SS, the IGL of OG, able to carry his team across the finish line. The captain keeping the ship afloat. What a crazy endgame. I expected with all the Vipers in the lobby, normally what we see is the lobby just gets annihilated off spawn. We don't see these stacked endgames, but because of the betrayals, because everyone kept all these sneaky plays for this tournament, the action is just non-stop. The endgames are just so stacked.
Oh my goodness, what an endgame. OUG stealing away the MVP. I know that's definitely going to be upsetting some of those expectations on the desk, because we might need to grab a spoon for Jake to start eating his words, as OUG looking just as strong as they were on that bi-weekly final.
Yeah, Jake definitely needs to have a couple scoops of humility when it comes to picking these teams. You don't know what's going to be happening. OUG is going to be proving everyone wrong. One game is not enough. And you're seeing as these points evolved, I was concerned at how low the threshold is, because these teams, when they pop off, even a 40-point game has happened in NARAKA's history. Now, because there's not as big of a multiplier, it's a lot more rare, but still possible. We're seeing just what happens when a team who plays these scaling competitions, plays Transformers, plays Takeda, is able to snowball their games out of control.
Yeah, we're going to be tossing now to an interview on the stage with the team of SR. Take it away.
After dominating Game 1, encountering a few hiccups in Game number 2, we are here with SR17S to ask him a few questions. 17S, a good start to the competition so far. I want to talk to you about your team chemistry, because you are the latest addition to this roster specifically. Do you feel like your chemistry as a team is improving each and every time you compete on the main stage?
那其实今天的比赛 SR 是有一个非常好的开始。那其实对于现在来说 ，SR 这个组合也是比较新的。那随着你们一起战斗的时间越来越长，觉得你们队伍的默契合作方面提升的怎么样呢？
默契的话，就是我们平时就是玩，然后睡觉，还有出行，还有娱乐，反正各种，比如吃饭，我们都是在一起的，所以默契的方面就是挺高的。
Okay, so we always together in daily life, like we sleeping, eating, and playing games. So we always be together. So I think our chemistry is really high now. Also, so we mentioned about you have a really good start with game 1. So what is the biggest problem you think for game 2, and how will you deal with it, like before the following games?
那我们刚刚也有提到，今天 S2 在第一把有一个非常好的开始。那么你觉得在第2把的比赛当中，出现了哪一个是最大的问题？又打算在之后的比赛进行之前怎么样去处理它呢？
这一把的问题的话，就是我们沟通没有做好。下次我们已经做出了改正，就是在每次进去回阳之前，我们再重复一遍自己要做的事就好了。
Okay, I think we have a little problem with our negotiation. We already fix it. We will do that like before we go into the yawn. We will repeat what we're gonna do like before that, so it's gonna be better.
Well, thank you so much for joining us here at 17S. We can't wait to see what you guys bring to the table in the next few matches. I'm going to have a spud from you. Let's go. Nice one. Okay, and for now, we're going to head over to a very quick break, and we'll be back for match number 3.
Bye-bye.
This land is calling.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
出几个了？
给我一个，好看。
我们第二。
OK，可以了。
你不用跑，小雨，你得直接过去打旭。
确实。
不该跑，我跟你说。
不要说我碰一下就死，我他妈还吃毒了。
你他妈你跑也是碰人家去打怒。
我95的大，我必须要放个蓄力，我可能才能打出来。
What a match too that we just ended with. I mean, we were talking earlier on about maybe seeing a 20 bomb. Boy, did we get that in some hip rain with OUG getting 21 kills.
I mean, we almost got 2 20 bombs as well. ASE, I think they got knocked out with just about 18 points, so they almost made it over that finish line. Crazy final circle. OUG, I'm starting to eat a bit of humble pie here. They're looking really solid, and I think they've bounced back.
Dunk, how are you feeling after that match?
I mean, it was an incredible showing here. We saw ASC, you know, like coming online just towards the end, you know, around 1 minute 40-ish. We see them right here up on the screen. They monk up, they use the Chan Haya ultimate, and they try and take advantage of the situation right here. We see them pulling that trigger, jumping up there, trying to find the opener and shut down OUG, but it goes wrong for them. Something goes awry, and they're not able to secure those secure those final placements and stay alive until the very end, unfortunately.
I think OUG's Takeda, definitely one of those key hero picks that we saw coming out there. Being able to defend for such a long time, then we do see DRG coming in and wiping them off the board for a second, and then ASC does end up getting eliminated pretty quickly into that fight afterwards, as we can see here. But I do think that Takeda was the pivotal point for OUG being able to defend against that initial push.
Yeah, I feel like Takeda is almost a staple of OUG as a team. I think it's Baby U who normally plays Takeda for them. He's so clean at this character. When they first came back into the meta, Baby U was always the person I thought of when I think of Takeda. But what I think is made OUG better and why we've seen so much growth from them over the last couple of years is their ability to play more than the Sand Siphon. They're a team who are very capable of playing all of the meta comps, and you need to be consistent, especially in these first 3 games where you have 0 hero points to work with. That is a nasty scoreboard, oh my word.
There you have it right there. OUG at the top with the most points. But then you also got to be looking at DRG. DRG being able to just come in and steal that kill multiplier from OUG. That was big, Seb.
That's my team right there. I'm excited to see DRG getting themselves up into the top levels. And this is only game 2. We still got a lot of NARAKA left to play, so there's still a lot that can be left out there. And one thing I did want to touch on, Relax, able to pull up and get into the middle of the pack there.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at the Sony match MVP. 26,000 damage, 9 kills, Dunk.
That's a lot of damage. Very nice to see coming out from here. The OUG. Oh, I just cracked him up. He's loving that one. Yeah, the Tamulk as well being the match MVP, the Sony match MVP. We love to see it, Tamulk. He doesn't always get the spotlight, but he's often that character that facilitates so much, creates so many different opportunities. You know, the pocket sand, you know, it's just out there. It does a lot. You know, you get hit by that, chained into more of them, you're in for a bad time. Sand in your shoes. It's not comfy.
I'm loving all the sound effects that you're bringing in today. Keep it going, baby. One team that started off hot today, especially this last match, was Bauda. They were able to third party early on, and then Hipray when we went into this Yang. Oh boy.
Yeah, this round was really fun because first of all we get to see the Hardy comp from Bauda, which was one we were all a little bit hesitant on. Didn't end great for Bauda overall in the whole state of the game, but they did knock SR out, put them on the back foot off the back of this round with Yang. SR winning game number 1. It's a big denial for them, and it was quite cool to see the Hardy actually, you know, in a trios game again, functioning not quite as hot as he used to.
To be fair, that team did end up with 14 kills. So I feel, Sam, I feel like maybe it didn't work in regards to they weren't able to get MVP, but 14 kills, not bad.
But did they win? No.
Okay, all right.
Hadi is just so giga nerfed. As a player who used to abuse Hadi when he was very strong, I think that seeing how the meta has shifted, I don't think there's a place for Hadi in this current meta.
Oh, okay. You decided to wake up and choose violence there on this. But I want to go into something that you've been wanting to talk about for the longest time, Dunk, because we had this Spirit Well in ASC. I mean, they were just able to get the Mystic Might buff.
Yeah, they were. Now, if you see right here, so initially on this clip, we see DRG posturing up to try and secure it for themselves. We see the Tianhai going into the Vajra state with the big arms, you know, looking for those grabs. But then they get split off and they scatter and they lose one of their players, if only for a short time, because they do end up coming away with the dub. You know, they get the placement, not the MVP, but still. And then we see ASE going for the calculated entry, going in for that second. You don't always want to be in first on that Spirit Well because you're going to be the focus of all of the players surrounding. So once they find someone that they can split up and separate, take them down, you know, they're not going to be focusing on the second team coming in to go for the Spirit Well. Unfortunately, because it was Mystic Might, it doesn't give them huge fighting and combat power, but it gives them a lot of awareness as they're able to see where everyone is, and then they can control the end game and stay, you know, hidden until those final moments.
One thing I did want to touch on, being able to capture that Spirit Well, it relies on a lot of things. We see the Vajra state. We also see a Soul Jade being used by one of these players on the dagger. They had that dreadful Whale Soul Jade, one of the legendary Soul Jades in the game that's going to attack, modify, and allow them to just cover so much space and prevent anyone from even trying to drop down from that area.
After 2 matches, we're looking at the overall ranking here. You can see OUG currently sitting at the top with 31.5 points. Just to remind everybody, HitBrain, that match point is set at 47.
We're actually a little bit of a ways off still, but it's trios. Points are higher than they are in solos, so it's very, very likely that we could see OUG or ASE cross that threshold in the next game. But one thing I want to note is at least half of the lobby are plus 20 right now. We have a lot of people who are actually scoring incredibly high in all of these games. So I feel like we're probably not going to see a Game 4 end. I think Game 5 might be realistic. I'm hoping for Game 6, maybe into Game 7. But we're going to see one team cross through. Like I said yesterday, the first person through is going to get focused out by the rest of the lobby. And it's just going to be a mad dash to get to that match point threshold by the end of their next game.
And it comes down to how these teams can carry that momentum, because we saw SR start off really hot, Dunk. And then on this last match, only 1 kill eliminated super early on.
Yeah, it's exactly, you know, it's the mentality. You know, you come in, you do well, boom, nice. We got that huge performance. Game 2, it doesn't go very well at the beginning. Oh no, what's happening? You know, you're going around in your head, what can we do? What can we do? Can we do this? No. It's a struggle, you know. Mentality, super important, especially when it comes to team games. Your team is only as strong as the weakest player. If one of your teammates is tilting off the face of the planet, it's going to be a tough grind to succeed moving forward.
Yeah, and as we're getting ready here to see the draft for game number 3, one thing to mention, especially on that last match, was like when we talk about Yang fight, especially in Yang 2, we saw ASC versus Bauda, and ASC actually came out on top of that. That was insane to see because Bauda was carrying that momentum, Seb.
And once again, we're back to Hottie is not viable in trios. ASC is able to win that purely because, I mean, there's a lot of misplays that did happen in that fight, but we do see them on a disadvantaged comp. Bauda had more control in the early seconds of the fight, but ASC was able to bring it back just due to the fact that they got so much more value out of their abilities and ultimates than Bauda did.
I mean, we'll see what they're going to be doing here. Maybe they're going to be choosing the same one, HitBrain. I don't think that's going to be the case, especially with what happened last, even with the kills.
I mean, actually can't because we're still on 0 hero points.
Oh,
so actually going into this game, they'll have to play something different. This is the last game where hero points are 0. We go to 12 for game 4, and then we start playing almost the normal way we play NARAKA on a regular like bi-weekly placement match where you have 12 points. Every time you pick a hero, it goes to 1, and then after that, it increases depending on however many people in the pick order are picking up characters. The big thing about that though is I think it's after game 4, correct me if I'm wrong, or if it's game 5, we move to a point where we actually go into order of the score. So if you're at the top of the table for points, you're actually at the end of hero select, and that's the whole day. Your placement dictates where you are in hero select.
Yeah, it depends on who's getting to that match point threshold first, and those teams within that threshold are then put down to that last round selection. Now, of course, we're going to talk a little bit about these selection phases. It can be a double-edged sword to be in that last round because one, you can benefits. You can tell what's been picked by the rest of the lobby. You know what characters have had their cost increase, so you can potentially look to go for a counter composition opportunity. You can look to pick something that is going to counter what has already been picked by the other players. But then, it's also a bad thing because then you can't potentially play your strongest comp since it's already had its points increased and you can't afford to pick it up in that game.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think oftentimes as well, we do see the comp sniping coming out is when you have the first team picked, the second phase is now going to see what the bans are going to be. So when you go from that first to second phase, first phase is going to make their picks. Second phase will be like, okay, we know that the match point team is on XYZ comp, whereas when they're the last one, nobody is going to have any idea what they're playing. They might have some idea just due to the other bans, but they have less of an idea coming through.
And I'm going to be looking at this next match, especially something that you brought up earlier, Dunk, and we can kind of go back and forth here with Hitbrain as well. The Spirit Wells, because we saw them coming in play, especially there with the highlight that you were able to see. Early in the last match, we saw OUG secure some Spirit Wells. We saw ASC, especially early on, secure those Spirit Wells, help them out too, as we're looking at the first rounds here of the draft.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's very, very impactful. It makes such a huge difference. But you know what might be making a big difference? The number of Vipers going into this lobby. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of silence.
I mean, Viper, kind of an S tier pick right now in trios. Very, very potent. It's great to see the Zyphon return. We actually, during the first kind of section of the trios for the bi-weekly finals at MBPL, Zai actually didn't get picked up that much. Towards the end and actually towards the finals, we did see more of these Zyphons. It's a really, really fun comp. The Ratari resets her Meteor, which is her F ability. This time running with the Viper though, so you don't have that sustain. It's just full force, go for it, fight, and I'm a happy boy. I hate Monk, but I got my Valda comp, so I can't really complain. OUG picking in a very, very potent comp off that.
This is the comp that they did win the bi-weekly finals last week, the Valda Monk Karumi comp. So it's a little bit different than your traditional Valda or your traditional Monk Kylan zipping comp. You're relying less on the mobility of that Kylan, you're relying more on the control of your Valda.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It was so clutch back then. Oh my goodness. SS managing just barely to survive. It was a 0.5 difference that put them over the top and gave them the MVP in that game, securing them the win. Absolutely incredible play. But right here, now we're in that third and last round selection, ladies and gentlemen. We've got GG. We got Relax going for, we're all going for that Sand Siphon with the Syra Takeda Tumult, and then YZG Young Zone Gaming is going to go for something a little different. They're going to go for the ice cream comp, as the Chinese like to call it. It's literally been a Bing chilling comp. It's definitely been very strong, but it doesn't see too much play these days.
The picks have been made here for game number 3. We've gotten some action to SR coming in hot in game 1, not being able to back it up here in game number 2. Now you have OUG with those 21 kills in game 2. Can they back it up here going over to game 3? Got Moxie and Raven, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Seven. Yes, we get to see so many favorable team compositions coming up through. As Desk mentioned, OUG on that winning composition with the Valda. However, there is a slight wrinkle in the story this time, and that's that DRG aren't also on the Valda. So this time they can't costume change and make people think that they got knocked out of the lobby already. But something else that we have to talk about, Raven, is GG are on Sand Siphon. You talked about that last match, how GG are the kings of the end game. Well, they're also the kings of Holoroth when they're on a Sand Siphon composition, right?
Yes, they are absolutely feared on this map. Now, not gonna lie, over the years, OUG has stepped up as well, and they are one of the Titans. For years, these two teams have dominated when they pick Sand Siphon, that Takeda composition, just because Holoroth, just like Predoria, used to be the newest map. It's very, very wide open, so this allows teams to stay alive and really scale up. GG are the masters of macroing on this map. They know exactly where to go, where to loot up, and they always set themselves up for success. And one of the things to look out for is a lot of the times they get to these end games with not a lot of kills. They actually even get there sometimes very, very scuffed, yet they find ways to win. But now, I'd have to shout out OUG as well because of my man Baby U on the Takeda. Like Hiprain said, he has been such a menace to the league. There's been multiple times they've been so close to winning worlds on the back of him, finding 1v2s, 1v3s when he's played this position one. It's funny to me, Moxie, hearing him talk about his journey as like, oh, now I want to play around my teammates, because when I first met him, he was position 3. He was a support player, super, super humble. It's been exciting to see how much he's grown over the years.
Well, some housekeeping that we have to get out of the way as we head into Holoroth. We've got Salvation Podium, which SR are going to be dropping incredibly close to, and that means that they're going to be trying to solve that puzzle and get themselves those legendary drops that you can get only on Holoroth this early on, which is absolutely crucial for Transformer teams. However, we also see that 2 teams drop up north of Plumed, which means that they're likely going to go for a timing attack if SR aren't careful. GG also not really going for what we traditionally see, as they're normally up further north, much further north than they actually decided to drop. As Relax, it looked like, actually tried to contest them.
Now, off spawn, looking at the scores here, the top 4 or 5 teams, they're all in striking distance of getting over this match point. 47, not really the highest amount, but teams have been absolutely crushing today. We are going to get ASC's miss, going to get executed. A little bit of a split looting situation. DRG's trying to take advantage of this. Han, though, with the flank, with the peel, trying to get his teammate out of this situation. Donkey is going to go for a ride by the fist uppercut combo, but Donkey going to try to pop a heal, fade back, able to dodge that nice focus as excellent dodge coming out of it. Kakashi as well, now peeling off Han. Xiao Wen there, Justina is going to fall, miss on the Viper. Still with Han on the Syra. Can they find the tag team to take down WX98? Nice kiting coming out from WX98. Kakashi is coming in with the flank. Han having trouble locking anyone down, but Miss is going to get supported by this Syra, taking Don Q for a ride. He is going to find the kill, and Miss going to eat that soul blue, picking up his health. V2 is going to be coming in. Silence going to come down, but a parry, a mistake from Han, putting his team in a tough position. Now Miss in getting the combo going down. Kakashi did come back with this flank, getting stuck in the corner. Miss finding the follow-up, has him against the rope, but Miss looking for these wild uppercuts. Kakashi is going to find a parry. Han trying to close this out. Kakashi against the world is finally going to get taken down from Miss.
Oh, is that the first salty run back of the day that we got to see coming up through from ASC, as they literally just send Jiawen back to the Soul Altar and immediately cycle him right back into that fight. As we can see, Bowder and OUG going head-to-head. Bowder with that Matari ultimate are going to be running out. Jinyu is incredible. Tries to grapple, but it was a fake. The grapple comes on through into the stagger follow-up on that spear. XEM, though, is still going to be able to hold the fort down long enough for his reinforcements, his 2 teammates, to be able to come through and make it an unfair 1 versus 3. As we head to a slightly chillier climate and get to see Hypercube going head-to-head with the Transformer composition. It's going to be Talisker and that Kylan getting full focus down right now, but a big parry is going to be able to put the pressure onto Nosense, who has to burn the combo breaker, wants to hold on to this ultimate for as long as they possibly can, tries to disengage but gets stuck by the grapple coming on through from MVP, and with no choice, his health bar was so low, he has to go for the ultimate and look for grabs on the disengaging players, as they've actually done a very good job of keeping up the pressure onto MVP's players to make sure that Nosense is still going to be within grab distance of some of them.
MVP still has a little bit of life in them. They are going to pop that Yuation on, but Choice going to get surrounded right here. We are going to move over to GG in the north. Kings in the north. They're going to find the NA team RL. Syra ult is going to be popped from 330. The pain being laid down on plan B. Now going back to the EU's hope. Hypercube finding MVP off spawn. Yuation down to his last leg. Shout out to Satsuko. This off spawn strategy has been very, very good. They are able to snipe out one of the global teams and scale up on Monk. It's absolutely critical that you win your off spawn as Monk, because it really sets you up for that first Rumble Yang that you want to get into, so you can get better armor, get better weapons, and really scale up to snowball your game.
Speaking about scaling up, ESA have been able to solve Salvation Podium. It looked like it was a Bane's Breath coming in through from Bowder, and ESA have actually kited over to the Forbidden Seal because they have used their ultimates already, and now we don't get the 2 deficits in ultimate abilities. The R&B comes on through from the Pole Sword, and that's going to be so much damage instantly. Zhao's been able to build up that Kylan ultimate too, and the after effect dashes are going to be able to keep disrupting Bowder. He gets BBV, he gets NY7, and SR will be able to come out on top of that fight, retaining the possession of that legendary Pole Sword, the only legendary weapon currently on the map, which gives them such a leg up in that first Realm of Yang.
Going back to the north, RL NA Soap with GG and YZG. It looks like CJS. We're seeing another variation of GG. Normally they like to take their off spawn very, very safe, but with so many opportunities to fight right here, they are going to be trying to pick up some kills off spawn before this Realm of Yang. RLs go by, trying to kite. GG chasing him down. Nice F. Able to swerve out of there like quick. Baxter on go by. He originally was a solo player for most of his career. He finally switched over to trios, and with that switch over, dominating NA and showing his talents now on the world stage. It's his first stop here at the world stage, and he broke some ankles. Solo players with those kiting skills making a difference.
Oh, the bow shot from CJS. He pulls it back. He doesn't manage to find the connection. What Gobai might actually be able to do, though, is bring GG into YZG. This is the strategy. Like Raven said, break the ankles, kite the team that are chasing you into another full team so that their attention is taken by taking that fight, and you yourself are able to get away in that meantime, as we can actually see that GG have full committed into the rift. They go up into Yushan Ruins, still trying to figure out where exactly this player has gone, as on the outsides of City of Tang we can see ASC just trying to chase down some of those straggle picks against their opponents, as SR have another Kylan ultimate and have another kill onto Bowder, as this is actually a replay moment coming on through from that Kylan V2 that we got to see do such devastating damage with the dashes.
ASC scoping out OUG. You gotta watch out. ASC is showing some hostile behavior as they try to hunt down SS. Wait a second. Yeah. All of OUG is dead right now. SS has to get away if he hopes to res his teammates. Now, same thing would go by. It looks like SS with the movement gonna be cutting noise and making his way out of there. Miss, wondering where he went. He's gonna have a brief moment to see him outside the doors. Did he see him though? He did not, and OUG is gonna make it out. Now, we are in a point in NARAKA where it is incredibly hard if your team goes down to find res, just because at this point in the game, all of the loot is just absolutely dried up. You have to have sneaky ways, and this is what really separates the top teams from everyone else. When they're against the wall and they shouldn't win, true champions always find a way to bring their games back.
But one of those things that you can do on Hollow, which you're actually getting to see, is the ghostly mist has come on through. And normally what Raven said is correct. All of this loot would otherwise have been entirely picked up, but when a weather effect comes on through from Hollow, all of those troves get refreshed, which is another reason why we're seeing all of these players on those blue armors instantly gravitate over to that area so that they can try and pick up those resources without having to go up against the hyper-scaled up teams that are going to be looking to position into either Spirit Wells or Realm of Yangs. And speaking about Realm of Yangs, we've got our first portals and we've got our first players through. GG might be on blue armor, but they do not care. They are going to take the fight. They instantly move into that portal.
Yeah, if I'm GG as well, most of these teams fear GG. There's very few teams in the league that hold an over 50% win percentage in the Realm of Yang. We are going to go over to TJJ versus Bowder. Bowder with so much horsepower under their hood. Multiple carries on this team. XCM's going to be on the Yushan ult, but TSG, look, TJG looking for the grab right now. Jang swinging over and over, but XCM doing a good job of peeling this Kylan off. ultimate is going to be coming down. Viper's stun does go down. They aren't going to catch anyone out in the open, but XCM is going to slow down a ton of these offense. 2 ults are down. We're going into phase 2 as now Matari ult is going to be popped.
But it's out of sync with the Yushan. He didn't get 2 casts of the Impale on his ultimate. He's now just got 1 cast of that ability refresh. And off of the back of that, it feels like it's just going to be open season for the Yushan. He's down, and now it's a numbers advantage for TJG, who haven't even had to burn the Zip ultimate. It comes through now, and they're still finding the isolations. YZZ is starting to take a little bit too much damage, goes over to the pillar, looks for the skill rush to set up the slam down of the vertical spear to catch onto an unsuspecting player, and that is going to be a clean sweep for TJG.
Nice flank coming from TJG. Now, in early NARAKA, it used to be about just parries and trios, but now we see a lot more role-playing when it comes to these fights. You see those light attacks, other players setting each up for those slam dunks. You saw YZZ coming in with those big flanks with that spear. Big damage coming down, but he could not get those hits unless his teammate was spamming light attacks to guarantee he wouldn't get parried.
There's no way they fight GG, right?
He comes down.
Teams.
It doesn't matter. We want the kills, Moxie. Everyone's so close at match point. Might as well take this fight right now. GG's LXM is gonna delete their support player of TJG. Afran is going to go down, but Jang Jang has some hope here. Gets 1 grab down. Unfortunately for YZZ, he is going to be taken down very, very low, and Kylan ult is going to be burned.
Yeah, it's still going to be TJG, like you said, without that Kylan ultimate. Now going to be relying potentially on a Monk grab, but no, he's out of his ultimate without TJG getting an opportunity to turn that fight, as 5-2-1 are going to be able to win their Realm of Yang fight. We cut back to have a look at this poor Kylan, who's still having to play like a squirrel monkey. Up the trees he goes, dagger in the pocket so he can charge up those skill rushes as quickly as he possibly can and stay ahead of his pursuers as he tried to kite over to Ballista, but what an interruption coming on through. The Justina dash from YCG freezes him in his midst, and he manages to get caught out before he can put himself on the hot seat.
Oh my goodness. This is like another version of GG. This aggression, absolutely insane. Immediately, Moxie pointed out they just fought for the buff, not worrying about the outcome. And 3-3-0 doesn't mind right here in this position. Does still have momentum, but he is going to get a double parry though, knocking Zen away. Get off me. 3-3-0 is going to go down, but it doesn't matter in the second res. Ballista raining down fire, and CJS, wait a second. Does CJS still have his buff, or did he res right here? It looks like he did have his buff. Looking to die right here. And now from behind, Jang Jang is going to come in with the flank. YZG sees another red buff, and it looks like YZG with this perfect timing is going to capture the remnants of this fight, picking up a ton of kills off these super scale teams. Work smarter, not harder. Yeah. They pick up a ton of kills off the shambles of a big fight.
That's actually really smart. Like you said, they were sticking around in the area. They knew that the teams that won Yang would be coming back through the portals that they entered into it, potentially looking to take the fight and knock the stronger team's momentum out. As we can see, this is the way that the Kebab composition plays. Matari ultimate to refresh, a recast of that Impale coming on through from this Yushan. XM hasn't been able to find a target to skewer this time though, and now they don't have the Matari ultimate. The punishment of the investment for the refresh means that they have to just break LOS from the Viper ultimate the traditional way, but it's been able to find the isolation. XM trying to find the 1 versus 1 against Dongqing right now, keeping up the pressure with the grapples and horizontal movement continued from the LMB of the nunchucks, but the Viper's been able to kite back to the fight. The app ability comes on through, stopping them from getting peel, and that's going to be a 1v1, turning now into a 1 versus 2, as Bowder just have to make sure that they don't commit a faux pas in terms of light attacks, focus attacks, and looking for a parry. But oh no, the parry comes on through. They've got enough numbers to be able to survive that mistake, but that was almost a play from Bowder traded.
Going back to the south, 5-2-1 and SR locking horns right now. 17S's ult is going to go down. No ults to his name. And now 5-2-1's going to activate. Pampy with the Takeda ult, looking for the shove. Looking for 17S against the corner. Nice presence of mind from 17S. Looking, finding the parry from the flank. Fat Milk, Pampy trying to surround this monk, but SR's 17S is a parry machine. 2 parries to his name. Fat Milk, 5-2-1 on their back heels. And another parry coming out from SR. Nothing 5-2-1 can do. All these unsafe focus attacks just get it absolutely punished, and SR puts all of them in the dirt.
Oh my goodness, the parry potential is crazy right now in Riyadh, as not only do we have such a fast latency, we also have to remember that parries got changed a while back. It used to be that you could only parry forward facing. There was a cone in front of you. Now it's a whole circular AoE. Your entire person, 360 vision, is going to be able to parry you, so you can actually go for 180 parries without having to turn and face that position. And that's the reason why we see, back when Riven was talking about the flanks into the realm of Yang, why it's so important that you actually stagger lock the opponent. Because even if someone comes in from absolutely out of nowhere, if a parry animation is going when they go for a drop-down focus attack, they're still going to lose the weapon, and that opportunity gets turned against you, as not only do they get the parry off, they get the follow-up riposte damage too.
Yeah, 521 should definitely know better. They are parry champions themselves. Now going over to the realm of Yang, though, we got GG versus SR. GG Juggernauts. But looking at SR's loot, this team has so much loot on them, and they're on Transformer. They are going to open up with the first grab. Temmie already has his armor stripped away. GG forced on the defensive 3-0 on the Cyber, trying to peel for his teammates, trying to get him out of there. CGS doing a good job using the wind wall to dodge all these grabs, getting in some flank in the middle of the Munklegs. My man does not care. We're getting that damage in. Rico now in a tough position, trying to slow down the roll of CGS. Big Parry's gonna come down, gonna leave him on the ground. Slow your roll. Zhao, though, on the Kylan, laying down the law, slashing through. His ult is going to be running out, and now with LXM down to 1 HP, he's looking for the last hit, but LXM with the overhold is going to get that big damage in. Rico's going to come up and follow up to close him out, and SR is going to take down the Titans. GG.
I mean, SR's synergy right now is absolutely stellar. The openings that they're creating, the fact that they knew that their Kylan could go for a really risky gambit because he had his combo breaker available, and then he could call Rico in for backup, and the Zip provides that healing opportunity. They are looking so incredibly dominant as we have a look at the eliminations that they've been able to tally on up, because they're already past the double digits. They're on 17. We normally talk about a 20 bomb coming on through. We might actually see a rivalry for the record of upwards of 30.
Yeah, oh my goodness, 17 kills. They definitely have the most kills of the day. Will it be for the whole tournament? Already at 40.5, closing the distance for that match point threshold. Now going over to Bowder, we're seeing the musical chairs of that armor. Very interesting stuff. I was going to be surprised if they put it on the Yueshan.
Yeah.
What day? Yueshan never gets the best armor. Usually, you seeing straight blue, green, and purple, you want to put the armor on your squishiest character. Now, Viper, even though we've talked about her ultimate, we've talked about her silence, and we talked about everyone running away from her, you also run towards her because she is a balloon. You can pop her really fast. She doesn't have many tools to get away from focus fire. Yueshan, on the other hand, the reason why we call things transformers, you do transform, you get a full heal in that transformation, making you a lot more durable than other compositions. And we are seeing this modern Attack on Titan with Yueshan, Matari, Viper, just really, really insane. And I thought for the longest time, people laughed at this idea that it would be overkill to pair Yueshan and Matari, but no one ever thought that they should kebab with Yueshan with the damage that he puts out. And so many teams are just caught off guard from it, and there's just so much value that teams are getting off this Yueshan with the double skewer.
Well, talking about overkill, let's for a moment talk about underkill, as OG have actually been able to recover their players, but not get any eliminations. We just saw a little silhouette of them hanging around the outskirts of the city of Tang when we were looking at that kebab composition, and they're still on great armor. So unfortunately, they're not in the greatest of positions, but hey, survival points are survival points, and unfortunately it is going to be looking pretty rough for them. If they do have to take a brawl fight, they're probably not going to be surviving all that long, so they're going to be playing very much out of sight, out of mind until we head into some more of those final zones, as we can have a look at City of Tang, because Bowder, with that legendary armor on NY7 for that Viper, are going to be looking incredibly strong right now. Unfortunately for them, it's not a great position for a Viper ultimate to come on through, as we can see from all of the tight corners. the door frames, the window sills, GG are going to have a lot of terrain where they can use to just break the ankles and get away from that Viper ultimate, as SS has actually been found out. Hold on a minute. OUG? SS? Did we take a wrong direction now? Satnav? Why are we in the middle of City of Tang when the rest of our players are rotating incredibly far away?
Multiple teams all coming to this city area. It's so hard to lock people down with the movement of these players. GG, though, in a tough position themselves. They normally win the Realm of Yang, but when you lose your Realm of Yang, you need to find these solos, and unfortunately for them, they are going to be chasing NA's RL, kiting through the city. On the other side, EU's Hope, looking very good right now. Hypercute up to 3 kills on their Transformer game on the southern side. Staying safe. I know rotation super important when it comes to this Yang depletion situations. Multiple teams all looking around, and we have one of the Titans, GG, trying to find a kill. I just don't know, Moxie, if finding a kill in this location is going to net any value for GG as their time is ticking away.
Yeah, well, we have Sandstorm ticking away as well, and you can actually see all of the turrets in the area have been refreshed as a result. So a lot of these resources now going to be up for grabs, as it looks like it's going to be a full final zone in City of Tang. So lots of verticality, as everybody is just going to be, you know, gathering at the Rift dealers, making sure that we have everything that we want to, but you know what, piece has been broken. MVP managed to come on through with a Viper ultimate and pay for it. GG instantly, the verticality of those flying knives, being able to find the descent damage onto the players below them, and off of the back of that, I'm sure they're going to be able to follow up into this Yushan Terracotta Warrior. It's just a matter of dealing with the last little fragment of Hong's health bar, and there he goes, and GG will be able to pick themselves up both the kills and the soul blooms, which means that it's just that Cicada now who is going to be afflicted with Yang depletion, forcing them to have to fight a little bit more aggressively.
Beautiful play from GG, really displaying the triangle of like the rock, paper, scissors in NARAKA's compositions. Viper, Attack on Titan, beats Monk, but Monk can beat Sand Siphon, but Sand Siphon does beat Viper. That Tamiel perfectly countering the stun, and the all-in potential of Sand Siphon is absolutely devastating. You want to triple ult us? We'll triple ult you back. GG lays down the law, burning all of their cooldowns, and just because of that scaling ability of Takeda, they were able to find that win even against a new Kebab comp.
Well, SR is going to be looking like an absolute powerhouse in a minute, because they are uncontested in being able to pick up those buffs. Everybody else now plays to the tempo of SR's tune, and we're going to be seeing a lot of teams cannibalize their positions so that they can make a team weaker, more appetizing for SR to turn onto, and their own skin can be saved, as this is just full rotation. No one wants to stay too long. We've also got that Sunwell flag going on for these players who have that depletion. They have one way to be able to cleanse it other than getting a kill, and that's grab that flag and transport it over to the altar, hold it there for 10 seconds uncontested, and you will be able to cleanse that depletion for the entirety of your team. But I don't know if they're going to go uncontested, Raven, as a SR actually come on through with the interception. 17S goes through with the Tianhai ultimate. He grabs the player holding the flag, and SR have been able to use the capture the flag mechanic as bait.
It's Capture the Flag NARAKA edition, and we see 17S Monk wanting to eat. All these players trying to cleanse right now. Hypercube making their way to the left right now, letting SR know, hey man, we're not that hostile, we're both monks right here, because SR is the absolute juggernaut of the lobby. They are snowballing out of control. They could probably build a snowman with how many kills they have. 18 kills to the name, 41.5. If they keep getting more kills, they are absolutely going to pass this threshold if they manage to take the MVP with that 1.2 multiplier. Now Bauda on the edge right here. Now they are not one of the monks teams. They're not friendly. The age-old enemies, Viper versus Monk. The Titans letting them know you're not going to be laying down any planks on us today, NY7.
OUG, it's still just constantly at the back of my mind after that bi-weekly finals. They might actually come and prove they've got a Tianhai and a Valda. You don't need scaling to hit your ultimate. They might literally just go for the petty play of denying the kill score multiplier to SR with those two ultimates, just giving them such a huge bolster of health bar when that zone collapses. And that's going to be something that SR are definitely going to have in the back of their heads, because they heard a Valda ultimate go off in that fight against City of Tank. They know that there is a Valda somewhere on this map. They know that they took her out. They might not know, however, that OUG were able to bring her back, as it looked like SS was once again that distraction force coming on through in City of Tang, make them think that the Valda has been removed from the fight, the way that they utilized DRG in that bi-weekly final, so that you don't have to worry about a Valda and hunting her down, forcing that V2 as the zone closes on through. This is a very sneaky play from OUG, where they're not going for a lot of kills or a high-scoring point game for themselves. What they're doing is they're griefing the teams closer to the top instead.
Yeah, OUG, they're like cockroaches. You can't kill them. They said SS managed to get away in the early game and find a way to rest his two teammates. Now, Moxie brought it up before. OUG was able to clutch it up with one of their Valas able to stall in endgame. Can they do it again right now? Because there's still some scraps that they can feed, and getting over that threshold, super important. Now, first Spirit, well, we got Bauda and TJG gonna be banging it out, but it looks like the Monk able to push his little brother Yushan out of the circle. No way you can really contest this powerhouse right now, and they are going to get the Draco Storm and start laying down law.
Oh, YZG get caught in the crossfire too. So too do SR. 17S gets full stun dazzled by his Syra. Doesn't have his ultimate, but does have the backing of his team, so that he gets that stabilization. They're also able to turn the attention onto GG. LXM goes down. 17S will be able to build enough rage off of just the cannon pressure as well as the Soul Bloom to have that ultimate back up if they get pressured, as we know that there are multiple Tianhai teams in this lobby. It's actually Bauda on the Viper comp, who for the first time are going to be outnumbered. The Viper teams are not going to want to reveal themselves, nor are they going to want to use their ultimate if another Tianhai has transformed, because they can still get grab cancels out of it by another Monk. It's a very rough position for Bauda to have to find themselves into, as they went with the Kebab composition, which should have all bases covered. You've got the Matari, so you don't have to worry about the Viper ultimate. You've got the Viper, so you can fit in with the upper Viper compositions, and you don't get targeted out by them, so you can survive till the end game. But unfortunately for Bauda, the cards have fallen in the favor of the Transformers. Speaking of, SR put themselves to double digits. 20 coming on through for them. 44.5 points. If they get any more eliminations, they might not even need the kill score multiplier to be on match point threshold.
Another one, Moxie. They just keep finding more and more kills. The snowballing is out of control right now. The rest of the team's just trying to hide away from this dominant SR teams. They're controlling so much space on the map. Everyone's like, no, you get near them. No, you get near them. I don't want to get anywhere near this team, SR. Even the Draco Spirit team is just like, I don't know, man. We look alike. We are another Monk team, but SR is just too powerful. Even with that Draco Storm buff, there is Bauda still lurking on the side, on the Kebab, on the Viper team. You see them on the top of your screen in the trees. They're trying to like stay out of sight, out of mind. XCM continuously scale rushing in the sky to try to stall out, but the Monk teams know that Attack on Titan team has to go next right now. NY7 letting them know he has a surprise for them. He's not going to go down without a fight. The Monk ults are going to be coming down to iframe that initial stun. Nice daggers out, coming up for the Kylan, trying to set up NY7 for a grab, but NY7 bobbing, weaving, we're getting out of there. He is gonna get scooped up. The crossbow's coming in, he's getting lasered down, and NY7's Bauda is gonna get cooked.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. He scale rushed to be on the top of the Monk's forehead, which meant that he was out of grab range. Unfortunately, it meant that he was fully in range of the follow-up from the Monk's team, as all-out war has exploded right now. 12 players alive, SR having a full team, and in a matter of moments, they might not be the only ones with that that as XEM now comes on through to the forefront with that Yushan. We're going to see 17S go for his transform state alongside all of the other Tianhais in the area, and now it becomes an absolute smorgasbord. If one Tianhai finds a grab, the other Tianhai is going to be able to find the reverb after that throws come on through. Everyone is going to be looking for that one opening to be able to secure themselves one of these naps so they can get that sustain off of the V2. XEM out of his ultimate is going to go down. Badger are bleeding so many of their players, but SR are crucially denied so many of these eliminations. However, the ranking points surviving these other teams are pushing them closer and closer and closer, and they're on 47. Match point threshold has been secured, and SR are going to potentially be the only team. Maybe if OUG starts walking away with some of these picks in the kill score multiplier, they can try and equalize that spacing. But remember, OUG are in such a rough position scaling-wise. It's going to be a matter of griefing the finish rather than finding the picks.
OUG just won't go out without a fight. They started this endgame in blue armor. Now we're living rich. We got the gold armor. Perry's gonna come out from SS. He's staying in the fight though. Zhao looking for the flank. Gold pole sword in hand. Goes with the jumping LB, trying to chop his way through, but the high ground is held by OUG. SS with the spears is gonna crowd control everyone. SS trying to hold the middle ground, trying to monk hold, but he's off angled. He's gonna take a ton of shadow damage as the zone comes in. Oh my god, half of his health is going out. The Kylanol doing so much damage. Shinyu is able to hold his own, full health to his name, and somehow OUG turns this around. Rico doing his best with the Zippingo, trying to survive, going for a ride, and they are gonna go with a two-way tie.
Oh my goodness, OUG. They came into that final zone. Every single one of them was on like great armor, but here's the thing. Everybody else, every other team around them was either on legendary or purple. So when those players started dropping, no one actually wants to go to a body and pick up an upgrade because it wasn't an upgrade. The only team that had upgrades from those fallen bodies was OUG. So we cut away from them all in grey. The pauper, they're out on the street, they're asking for some money so they can buy some food. And then we come back and they're literally absolutely stacked, more fortified than Fort Knox.
Oh my goodness. That's what I was saying, Moxie. True champions find a way to win games they shouldn't. Now, the OUG didn't win that game, but remember, off spawn, they had nothing. SS barely survived, and they were able to get to that end game and stop, critically, SR from getting even more points. This may pay off later, but you cannot understate how crazy SR's performance right here. An absolute 20 bomb. Oh my goodness.
SR going to be celebrating as they get the news. We'll see if they can walk away with the win after this short break.
我操！豪哥真 C， 豪哥这把。
Hi guys, my name is Creators. I'm here with Wendy, and right here we have a quick update at the SNB Esports Arena with Crossfire, with what's been happening here in this tournament. Currently here, we have Team Falcons with 4,700 points, also Team Liquid with 4,200, and also Twisted Minds and Vitus Pro tied up at 3,200. Wendy, can you tell us more about that?
Well, first of all, Twisted Mind just eliminated from the Crossfire, so they just, you know, maybe they got no chance to climb higher from that ranking. And Team Falcons, they got their elimination game in the upcoming matchups, so they still got their final chance to do something. Or the Team Liquid, although they win the very first game in the yesterday, but right now they lost when they face against with the Q9, so Team Liquid still gonna struggle by this.
Okay. Thank you so much, Wendy, for the update. We will keep you guys updated at home. Thank you so much.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
拿两个头，拿两个头。
我要拿头，我要拿头，我要拿头。
勾锁佛，勾锁佛。
没事没事没事没事
没事，他把你抓了。哎，你一下来头可能是你的。
这都是我的，好像。够了，没事没事，够了够了。
多少个头？我靠！
我操，我们这
还赛点了，兄弟！
开赛点了，
开了，兄弟！真
假的开了？
我们差23分，
第一豪哥这把，
我们差24分，我们差24分开赛点。
We weren't just happy with 120 bomb in the previous match, we had to get another one and some as SR decides to wake up after that lackluster performance there in that second match, putting up 27 kills. By the way, we're joined by Raven, Please, Scott, Moxie, and none other than Seb. Great cast, by the way. You guys had to run here, but we got to talk about it, Raven. 20 plus once again, and it's none other than SR.
It's absolutely insane, especially on this stage, 7. This is not very common for teams to drop 20 bombs with the changes in the rules. The fact that SR was able to snowball a game and capitalize, it's very rare that you find these positions where you have so much loot and you're able to dominate these endgames, but they referee the endgame perfectly, positioning-wise, and they're able to dominate and capitalize, doing the most kills, they're probably going to win the most kills awards by the end of this day.
Yes, you know, we ran here, but SR are running towards that trophy right about now because they're one of the only, in fact, they are the only team on that match point threshold, right? It's going to be insanely targeted towards them when it comes to the next match.
Yeah, I think that the SR grief is about to start. It's going to come rolling in. These players are going to start trying to snipe out the picks in the hero selection phase, in our draft. We're also going to be seeing a lot of targeting. If they know what comp is going to be played by SR, we're going to see a lot more of aggressiveness to even other teams that are playing similar comps.
That's the crazy part too, right? SR, with that amazing performance, with the amazing performance that they had early in game 1, they do end up hitting that match point. And as you mentioned, yesterday in solos, as soon as, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was Edward that ended up hitting that match point. He was getting hunted. Anybody that looked like Edward was getting hunted at one point too. So more than likely, we're going to be getting that once again here. There's still going to be a lot of teams close by in regards to match point going into the next match. But let's just recap a little bit more of what happened in the last one. You can see, you know what? I want to talk about OUG because they started off very slow, Moxie, but they brought it back.
You know what? They made the magic happen twice. I cannot believe it. They ran the Valda composition with the Tianhai. They didn't even have DRG this time around to hide it and disguise the fact that there was still a Valda amongst it. They sold their Valda SS to the Wolves in that fight in City of Tang. We can see the mini-map, by the way, and it was literally, they were halfway across the map, the rest of OUG's players. They purposefully let SS go down so that people thought that the Valda was out. Then they played the long con coming on through, slow burned their way back up into the loot, hit final zone, managed to scavenge off every single one of those bodies, and the next time we see them, they've got legendary armor scaling.
And we're looking at the Sony match MVP here. No surprise that it's going to be SR Chow putting up those 14 kills, over 40,000 damage, Seb.
Now, we've seen a lot of damage in these past MVPs, but 40,000 in a single game done by a single player with 14 eliminations. That is something that we very rarely get to see, and it is done on none other than the Kylan hero.
Kylan in Transformers, replacing Yushan. We see Yushan back, but Kylan with Monk, he's able to create so much space. Now, with Cyro coming into the meta and with Viper running around, Kylan isn't as strong as he used to be. So the fact that he's able to do 40k damage and carry his team through that endgame, that's really the result of why this team was able to get 27 kills.
I mean, we've been able to see some top teams being able to get those high eliminations. We also at one point saw 5-1 starting to get into a fight, especially in Yang. I want to take a look at that fight because it was none other than 5-1 in ASC, and it wasn't ASC that came out on top, Seb.
So yeah, ASC does end up losing this initial Realm of Yang to 5-2-1, and one point that I wanted to touch on is it still can be anyone's game. Even with SR on match point going into game number 4, even with the scores that we have right now, any team, even a team in the bottom ladder, is able to come up and represent and beat some of these top ladder teams, and this is a really, really good showing for our global teams. 5-2-1 being a team from the Southeast Asia region, showing that they compete with the best of the best.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to be able to do that, though, because as we head into game number 4, well, we on this couch, we all know what that means, but let's educate everybody at home. Hero points have now been refreshed.
We'll touch base on the hero points. We got to touch base on this overall ranking because we talked about it. SR already passed that threshold for a match point. But look at all the other teams that are currently sitting at 30+ points. I'm looking at the top 6. We could have multiple teams, Moxie, going into this next match or after this next match on that match point.
Yeah, and that's the crucial thing, right? There's only one team that's going to be available when it comes to that match point threshold. Even if these other teams who were close managed to get the MVP, they still don't get the win because they didn't get it before they were eligible.
Yesterday, I was saying, NARAKA, normally it's a marathon, it's not a sprint, but today in trios, I'm not gonna lie, it's a sprint, it's a scramble. So many teams are getting close to that match point threshold. They're absolutely killing it out there, and they're not slowing down. Normally we see GG, they're a methodical team, they play for the end games, but now they're going at it. Everyone's playing aggressive. I expect a lot more exciting games as we move forward.
With that being said, Raven, some of the teams that kind of started off slow right now that we're going from not that marathon and an actual sprint, I'm looking at some of the other global teams because the global teams before that match ended, some of them were there towards the bottom, but there was one team that ended up waking up a bit.
Yeah, I mean, HY being led by Satsuko and No Sense, those guys have been to every single Worlds. They have been the heart and soul of EU's representation over there. And just like Seb said, 5-2-1, the Vietnamese teams, they've been representing the global stage in NBPL, and they're doing super well. They almost clutched up Jacob. This might be a sign for them to have some life. There's still a lot of NARAKA to be played, so anything can happen moving forward.
Now, Seb, talking about those teams, Hypercube. That was your dark horse. How are we feeling so far after 3 matches with them?
Well, I know I had one of the hottest takes at this event so far, with Hypercube being able to put up the points that I was expecting them to. They had a really decent game. They were able to survive until that late game scenario, but just the sheer amount of points that we're seeing some of these teams put up, it is creating a huge gap in the leaderboard. We're seeing teams like Hypercube they're trying their best to put up that amount of points, but it's becoming more and more difficult for them to keep up and keep in the running just because of the sheer amount of kills that SR was able to get that these other teams are able to put up.
That's right, and now going here onto this fourth match, Moxie, I'm going to be going over to you. We know what more than likely is going to happen with SR, but what's something that we also need to keep an eye out on?
Well, the fact that hero points have refreshed means that potentially we get to see either every single team try and lock a Viper composition, or now we finally get to see the Tianhais come through in phase number 1, as they were so worried that they would be overwhelmed by those Viper compositions and outnumbered. We saw in that final zone, it was DRG. Remember, they unfortunately pulled the short straw. They were the only Viper composition in a sea of Transformers, and those Transformers wanted them gone.
Yeah, and it's something that's unfortunate to see with DRG. They had such a good game 2, then coming into game 3, they weren't able to pick up too many kills in that early game. I'm pretty sure they didn't win too many of their Yang fights, or they weren't able to go into Yang based on what their comp was, and it just turned into this end game where they're getting targeted out, not allowing them to pick up as many points as they would have liked to, and falling further below in the rankings. But they've still got a good shot to jump it in as we're jumping in to these picks.
And Raven, we're jumping into the first round of the draft here. Anything that fully stands out from you right away?
It's a box of chocolates, Seven. We got a mixture of everything, multiple strategies going down. We got the Viper comp coming out. We got Big Chilling, the Justina comp coming out. Building off of what you guys are saying, the end game. You see what happens when you let these macro teams flow out of control. The snowballing is absolutely insane. What you're looking out for is these Viper teams. Just like other games, power spikes are important. Viper, very, very strong in early and middle, but late game, that's all Monk and Takeda's territory. It's up to Viper to slow these teams down, and when they are not successful going into those Yangs, going into that second Yang, you're gonna see these Takeda teams and these Monk teams drop these 20 bombs.
Yeah, but that box of chocolates, the variety of compositions might leave a sour taste in the mouths of these teams, because when it comes to counter-stratting, they don't know. They got no information. No composition was picked multiple times. Nothing was made more expensive. And so we get to see that variety followed on through in this second phase, because they have no idea who the majority holds.
We're looking at the second draft here, and I'm just looking at your face, Sam. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at DRG's pick. I'm loving Viper Matari Zai. We haven't seen that comp come out in a very long time, and I'm loving the energy that they're going to bring through with this. You know, we see the Viper Matari a decent amount, but we haven't seen Zai making its way back into like a staple in a minute. We've seen Zai sort of shift out and Yushan kind of come into that comp. And look at this, Bauda running the hottie again. And you already know what I'm going to say. This doesn't seem to be working too well for them. I don't know why they're running the hottie.
Maybe they need to just work out some of the synergy, the coordination. Hottie Ultimate does take a lot of coordination, right, Raven, when it comes to setting up that cube?
He used to be so strong, but the fact that he took away from his healing, you've really got to execute with him. I still think he's such a strong character, and Bauda definitely has something up their sleeves. We're going to see if they're going to be able to execute, though.
The stage is set for that next game. We have gotten so many eliminations, so many high kill games, too. I'm wondering if they're going to be able to keep it up, and I'm going to be sending it to the people that ended up abandoning me. Hitbrain and Dunkin' Donuts.
Thank you very much, Seven. Sorry for abandoning you, but we are in our nice cold box, ready to get into game number 4 here. Duncan, quite an interesting draft there, seeing Bauda going back to the hardie. It's nice to hear Raven kind of give his thought on it. You know, it comes down to execution. That's where the nerf really hit him.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. It's like, it just makes it so much harder. Now, if you want to use Hardy, you have to be maximizing him to the nth degree, because he cannot heal while he's flying around in the air. He can't get those resets. The cube isn't as good as it once was. If you don't know what the cube is, he basically drops a mechanical cube in the sky that allows both him and his teammates to teleport to it as an escape utility, making him, it was absurdly good. But now, all of it being toned down makes him a much easier character to deal with.
Oh, here we go. We're getting ready to go into this 4th game. Drop spots are going to be dropping on your screen momentarily. I'm having a brief look at them right now to see where everybody is going to be dropping for this game at number 4. Now, the one for me that stands out was we got a couple of death spots. Lots of people dropping in somewhat closer areas. You can see Bowder, SR, Relax all in one area. GG, the most predictable team, probably in NARAKA hands down. They have 3 drop spots for all 3. Well, 1 drop spot per map, so 3 total drop spots. Every game they drop here. The big thing is they're behind right now, but if SR is forced out of this game early, they're in a pretty hot drop area, and someone like GG is able to catch up, it's actually easy to focus GG out. In fact, DRG, one of their main strengths a couple years ago was they used to drop on J-Team, because J-Team always dropped on someone's rest in Morris Isle. Yeah. They'd always drop on them and just grief them out of the game. DRG are actually such good griefers. That's what I know them for the best.
S-tier griefing, ladies and gentlemen. We love to see it. But so one interesting thing that might happen here, right? We see GG in the south down in the bottom left, and then SR above with Bowder, Hypercube, Relax. If SR somehow goes down, and then their recovery strategy could very easily be to go south, and GG could catch them off guard with a timing attack. But we're diving right into the action for our 4th game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are with SR and Hypercube scrapping it out right off the rip. So much damage coming on through, not much health to play with. No Sense goes down. Rico jumping in, losing all of his armor, but they're still fighting it out. 17S with that jumping horizontal, trying to find it. Windy is going to find the armor swap, but will he be able to survive this one? The parry's coming on through. SR picking up a couple kills. The Soul Bloom keeps him alive, but RL, Relax are coming into the fray.
Nice third party here from RL. 17S gets caught in the knockup, but that is a really brutal one for him. Bowder also jumping into the fray. The Meteor Slam, able to get the damage. Cat takes so much from the spear. He's going to get picked up. 3rd party into 4th party into the end of SR. They're able to secure 3 at the beginning, but they are brutalized by the 3rd party. There is a bunch of purple armors on the map. RL looking to finish up Bowder into the parry. The Zai Chain Scythe absolutely cuts him to pieces. Down he goes. RL, what a start for them off the back of this one. As Bowder Salty running in his back. It looks like they are. They want to jump forward. VVV with the flying knives, trying to find a little bit of damage onto RL, but I think they are not interested in staying involved as VVV is going to throw the ult out.
Yeah, it's going to be a scrap-off right here. I believe that Bowder is going to be coming back simply because they have that ultimate available on the Cyrus. We see it being popped right here. Plan B did use that Zai ultimate before, but managed to get some Soul Blooms, but unfortunately, it is not going to be enough time. Or is it? The parry coming on through. Not going to be going for the follow-up. Might be able to disengage. VVV stumbling, not being able to keep up the pace to chase down Plan B. Plan B does use that Meteor once again to try and disengage. He does manage to break away for the moment. Galbine now becoming the next target. And although I don't think he's going to be making it out just like his teammate did, unfortunately, Bowder coming back in, getting themselves a couple kills. But we have to give props to RL there, picking up 3 eliminations. Beautifully done, able to play the fight very well and shut down those teams.
And there's double purple armors now for Bowder off the back of that. That's a great scaling towards that first round with Yang. A lot of extra sustainability to hold in as GG find themselves here in a fight versus ASE, completely outnumbered and out-parried as they're going to get the damage off. We're going to see 3-3-0 go for the Monk transform, but he is 1 versus 3. Grab one comes out. I don't think he's going to be given the opportunity for the second grab. He looks for it, he drops, and that is 3-3-0 going to be going down off the back of this one. That Monk is too damn slow. ASE secure themselves the kill, and now cross that threshold into the match point threshold. Oh no, they're not there yet. It's 47, almost 37.
Almost.
Closing in on that point. I actually want to talk about that a little bit though.
True, I agree. It's very low compared to the usual thing. We have it at 64, right? So for that, it makes sense because we have pre-post points. 12.5% of your points for the qualifying rounds to get to those bi-weekly finals in our usual NPPL splits gets carried forwards. So it makes sense that this does get reduced, but going down from 64 to 47 is a big jump.
Yeah, it's a really, really big jump. The one thing I want to note as well is, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, I think it was Raven who talked about it, where a lot of teams or players in solos, when they get to that match point threshold and they're first across the door, they freeze up, they panic, they don't want to lose the pressure they've built. SR, they went, screw it. Sure, they went down and lost their revives, but it's open with 3 kills. It's not a bad start for them. I'm happy to see that SR are able to kind of press that advantage and they don't want to let up off the gas, knowing that this is their one chance where they can afford to lose this game because no one else is on match point threshold yet. But they can also just pressure and try and see if they can put it out. As RL, once again, looking for a fight here versus SR. We're going to see the transform come out from 17S. Galbai forced to use that Syra ultimate and put some distance between SR. SR probably just going to have to cancel this Monk transform and then chase on foot. Not going to be able to find the grabs. It's going to be way too far off. Galbai, though, incredibly low. And I don't think they're going to throw any backup here for Galbai. So that's going to be kill number 4 over to SR. As Galbai's trying his hardest. Scare Rush is going to secure the kill.
Yeah, that's a sacrificial lamb scenario, ladies and gentlemen. You know, if you're just caught out, outnumbered, not able to keep your footing against the aggression of that team that's approaching you, you sometimes just need to give it up, take the L, and lose that player, and then live to fight another fight later on. But here we are. Speaking of fights, we've got a huge one breaking out. OUG going up against DRG SS, currently on the front foot, but the parry coming in. Unfortunately, though, a little bit too far away. Kikaichi not able to get that follow-up on to SS, so not going to be able to take full advantage of it. We do see the Matari now looking for that empowered dash. Not going to be able to find it. Does get parried once again. Going to get knocked down, and we do have those third parties coming on through. YZG looking to dive into the fray. Bowder are coming online right now. Jinyu goes down. OUG falling apart at the seams. Are we going to be able to recover this?
Bowder, their third partying has been absolutely stellar today. They opened up a match off with SR, jumping into the RL SR, jumping into this one, getting some extra kills. Bowder up to 7 right now as ASE missed, throwing out the ultimate, able to find the lockdown on to RL. So they're now down to just that singular player, and there's been so much action, there's been so much blood. We still have 3 minutes until we get onto that first realm of Yang, so we still got a lot to go in this game. It's going to be... I've used Blood Buff so much today. I can't think of like another way to word it, but it's going to be a bloodbath.
It really is. It's going to be a spicy. It's going to be an oogly one, isn't it?
It's oogly indeed.
It's oogly indeed. Speaking of oog, we've got Oog SS on screen right here. OUG being chased down by Bowder. Unfortunately, he's all on his lonesome. He's not going to be able to survive this one right here, and his teammates nowhere to be found. It is what it is, but Bowder looking pretty good. We've commented on the Hardy not being useful, but they're making it work, and they're up to 8 eliminations.
It comes down to execution. I think they're executing on it well, at least early. But you kind of expect that from a former world champ and a current world champ. You put them together on this superstar team. Bowder opening off the bat very, very well. We'll see how well they get tested, though, once they jump into that realm of Yang. I'm going to make the assumption that they're going to want to be in there.
Yeah.
Double purple armor. They're scaling up already quite strong. I think these Realm of Yangs are going to be very definitive and set the tone for the rest of the game for Bowder.
Oh, absolutely. So here's one of these things. You've got these, we saw GG, right? They landed in the bottom left, kind of isolated, right? But they're on that new Transformer composition. These new Transformer comps, they've got that Tianhai there, they've got the Kylin. Their objective a lot of the time is to scale up. Their abilities scale based off of the loot and the rarity of the loot that they have. So with Kylin, his damage on his ultimate slashes scales based off of the rarity of his weapon. Monk, the Tianhai, his slam damage scales off of weapon, and the amount of health that he has, his total health pool, in ultimate, scales based off of the armor rarity. So it's really, really important, and a lot of teams strategize around scaling up early on and not going too ham at the very beginning.
I really like, though, that we've got a lot of comps that can handle these Monk comps. Lots of crowd control, lots of ways to deal with it, because Monks want to get in the realm of Yang. They want to get the golden weapons for, like you said, the extra damage onto the Monk for the extra health. Everybody's just going to be diving in. YZG get left behind, unfortunately, as DRG trying to get the last member in. They are denied. Heartbreak break for them, but we're going to see Bowder inside their realm of Yang versus MVP. Let's see how they're going to perform here on the Hardy. Everyone goes aerial off the bat here as VVV flying knives in hand and a purple Hong sword to work with. Got himself that Syra ultimate, again, scaling off the weapons he's got, jumping forwards. MVP losing a little bit of that armor, going to be forced to throw the ultimate down, but VVV gets caught by the dazzle, instantly presses the Hardy cube to break away as we see Hong get up inside that mech, trying to put some pressure down with a cannon fire onto the backline to try and keep his team alive, but VVV is going to pop the ultimate, throwing down dazzles as Shiyun loses a lot of HP. His ult's going to time out, and they're going to immediately launch onto him, looking for the grabs, unable to make the connection, but that's the opening. That's going to be the slam down, and 2 members of MVP are going to be caught out as we do see NY7 going to find himself one last slam. Choice, the ultimate times out here onto VVV, but the freeze comes through, and MVP actually have the members to turn this if they want. VVV finds the knockup though onto Hong. We lose the mech, not the mech, the monk. That's the word I'm looking for. Is Hong solo on HP, caught by the flying daggers into the parry. Scale rush unnecessary. Bowder looking crisp and clean.
Beautifully done. It was looking dire for a second there. You have to say that Hardy going down, but VVV and NY7 able to come in clutch. The Monk doing work. The Syra being able to sit there and fire away with that beam. But this is a big fight, ladies and gentlemen. We got SR going up against GG. I believe we saw SR in the kill feed taking down Hypercube in the realm of Yang, so they do have that buff to play around with right here. So if they go down, they're not going to be going down permanently. S17S trying to get a little bit something out of that ultimate, not able to do so, unfortunately. And now Zhao is going to be going down as well. But we have that Vermilion Bird's Might. They're going to be able to go elsewhere, resurrect themselves with all of their loot. So it's not over just yet.
It's not over just yet. I was just thinking, SR on a Monk comp, I would be terrified playing any Monk comp right now because everyone wants to focus and make sure that SR are taken out. And everyone playing this game have no idea which team SR are. They just know it's a Monk comp, so they're going to go looking for them. It could be a brutal one. Very one-sided realm of Yang for them off the back of this one. But Bowder, Vermilion Bird's Might in hand, been playing very well. 11 kills under their belt. ASE also got 10 kills, so it's pretty tight between our 2 and 3 spot right now. Both of these guys just trying to cross that distance and make it to the match point threshold for the game at number 5.
Yeah, no, it's oh, wait a minute, it's kicking off right here. Speaking of that 2 and 3, we've got ASE going in, absolutely gaming. The stun is going to come through, and Hong, he can't play the game. Can I please move, senor? No, you cannot, he says. ASE, ruin him. He goes down. He's not getting back up, ladies and gentlemen. They have Yang depletion. If you go down with Yang depletion, you cannot be resurrected. So even if one of them was able to make it out, even if they were able to turn it, they would have had to have gotten those rebirth charms to be able to bring themselves back into the game. But no, sir, it's not happening. ASE extend their lead, going up to 13 kills.
Man, Flying Knives they're fine and balanced, aren't they?
They're very fun and interactive, aren't they, old boy?
That palm lightning from this, it just gives so much damage at like a pretty comfortable mid-range.
Yep.
Absolutely brutal. No way they were going to survive that one. Bowder have been now put into the sights of 521. This could be scary for Bowder. They have the revive, but they only have 35 seconds left on it before that buff times out. So they actually may have no interest in fighting. 521 on the other hand, though, also no debuff on, so they don't have to take this fight. They are seeing if NY7 might be looking a little bit juicy. He's just going to pop the bell, looking for the lockdown onto them. We're going to see the ultimates getting thrown down here, but NY7 being juggled around. Hardy Cube to break away, does have the ultimate. We see OUG killed off screen as NY7's going to look for the pop, but Ibin keeping the pressure up. I think NY7's going to have to throw down the transform here, but he doesn't want to do it. Bowder are just going to play escape. 5-2-1, keeping that pressure up, but they are going to cool it off. They know that the Hardy ultimate's being used, so they do feel like they have a slight advantage here.
Very interesting play from 5-2-1, I have to say. We see them approaching this team all friendly, like, you know, oh, hey, buddy, how's it going? Yeah, it's going all right, mate. Let's do some shopping. And then slowly but surely, they're like, oh, get off the shop, get out of here. And then they're probably, what was actually happening is that they timed the Vermilion Bird's Might, knew when it was going to be expiring, and actually tried to engage, giving themselves those kills, giving themselves the opportunity to potentially knock out this team, and or get themselves some kills, because if they were engaged upon, it's possible that it would have let themselves die as opposed to fighting it out and risking it once the buff had timed out, since there wasn't very much time left on it at all. But thankfully for them, they are able to make it out alive. Now taking a look at SR, they're encroaching onto YZG. Will they potentially go for this fight, or will they be, you know, just in his little love taps? We do see right here, Yang Depletion is going to claim a few players, unfortunately. 5 players? That's quite a lot. Yang Depletion is a nasty thing to be afflicted by.
Well, it looks like SR right now are actually pinched between ASE, Bowder, and YZG. So this could be pretty dicey here for SR, as everyone, like I said, wants to take out these Monk comps. They know that SR are one of them, and the game plan is deny them the ability to win this game. But SR playing a good disengage, and actually it looks like YZG have been able to be peeled onto. So the attention's been shifted away. The real attention, though, is the big circle that's spawning up right now. We're about to see the Realm of Yang. Only 4 spots available, and there's a whole bunch of teams wanting to get inside this Realm of Yang. In they jump. ASE are going up versus OUG inside their first Realm of Yang. Well, have a look at who's in this second one. It's SR versus 521. 521 could potentially save the day for everyone in this one.
They certainly could. Oh, we're going for the aggressive one right now. The Monks versus Mug leaping in. Does he have the hop? He got the hop! Beautiful! So there is a dynamic right here between the Tianhai's ultimate fight. We've got the rock, paper, scissors back and forth. Does he go for the hop? The little shift forward. Does he try and catch it? The re-grab onto Ibin. The slam. Can he get the ult off? No, he cannot. He goes down. SR on the front foot. 5-1. Lose flat milk going into the sky, but the Monk is going to be coming out of that ultimate state. He's going to be able to potentially peel, but the spell has already been utilized. Got no armor to play around with. It's not looking too good for 5-1, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to be turned around. Fat Milk is going to be, you know, the attention. He's going to try and claim it. Get out of here. Leave him alone. Bampi trying to make it away, but I don't think this is going to be salvageable. And he goes down 3 versus 1. It's a formality at this point, ladies and gentlemen. Fat Milk, try as he might, he's not getting out of this one.
A minute to try and buy some time. 1 versus 3. Not happening.
No.
SR continue their dominance on today and take 1 step closer towards locking in the victory here in game number 4. They've still got their work cut out for them, though. ASE and Bowder performing incredibly well. We'll see how they do inside their Realm of Yang. It was actually ASE who won over in their Realm of Yang, so running around with that Mystic Might. Both these teams are going to be aware of each other off the back of that one. Actually looks like SR potentially thinking about engaging onto them. Nope, just a bit of shopping. Everyone's going to jump into the shop, grab themselves some goodies. And the zone's actually moved fairly far north, so everyone's going to have to make a bit of a jog to get over there to jump in. We've got 16 players left in the game. Now, we do have a few people on revive, so that number will jump up, but this has been one of our faster tempo games today.
Yeah, it certainly has. There's a certain dynamic that comes into play, whether it's Firefly or non-Firefly. That meaning that if it's nighttime or dusk, you have Fireflies which give you ult charge when you pick them up. But here we are taking a quick look at a replay from the other Realm of Yang that took place while we were watching that fight with SR. As we can see, ASE able to take down GG in the Realm of Yang. Very nicely done, going up to 17 eliminations. Oh my goodness. Speaking of eliminations, we've got Bowder on 11, SR on 10, GG on 5, OUG on 0, fully knocked out. Unfortunately, DRG on 5, but knocked out as well. YZG on 4, 5-1 on 3, TJG on 1, RL on 3, Hypercube on 0, and MVP on 2.
I feel like ASE are the biggest hope right now for the lobby. If people want to keep this game going, you need to be cheering for ASE. Bowder, there is a world, I think 11 kills is plenty right now, but 18 players left in this lobby, 3 of which are going to be going out due to the Yang depletion, whether or not it's those with depletion or the people they kill. So this number's going to go down real low. We're actually going to see a
probably one of the smaller circles at the end of a game we've seen all day. They've been kind of playing out for the long game. This time around, not quite being the case here. Zone's going to be closing up. ASE have TJG in their sights. Draco Storm onto YZG as well, also in the area. But on the other side, 521 are taking a fight versus GG. They're looking to try and get themselves cleansed up. Pampy's got the grab, but it's the double coming in from Pampy. He's going to have to go for the slam and try and play into Rush. But the clap comes down, and CJS will fall. Everyone's in the zone. 3-3-0, unable to find a connection on the Fat Milk with those hands. LXM, low HP, no armor to speak of, as GG 3-3-0 forced to use the bell, but the Kylin will keep him grapple locked, and down he goes. 5-1, find 2 cleanses, and LXM should be short behind. 5-1, their day is not done yet.
No, it's not, ladies and gentlemen. What a fight! We see that Monk dynamic coming on through. They get the double grab, beautifully done. Now, we're taking a look here. We see SR encroaching onto 5-1 inside the Storm. Send out a quick cannon shot with that flame breath as well. I think they may have recognized that it's another Tianhai composition. Will they look to fully commit to this fight, or will they be friendly? It looks as though the friendly hops might be coming out, and there it is. SR as well as 5-1, they know that if they end up being the only Tianhai compositions, the only new Transformer compositions left in this endgame, that they will be focused down, and SR certainly want to try and get themselves as many points as possible.
Yeah, so just taking stock of where we're at, we have ourselves, I believe, 5 teams left in the lobby, actually, 2 of which are those non-traditional monks, because traditional monk is UHM, but the current new era of the monk with the Kylin. We've got, obviously, Bowder, who have this very bizarre Syra Hardy monk comp, which is actually working out for them. And then ASE and TJX, both running those heavy crowd control comps that are going to be really good at handling these monks in the final circle. A while ago, we actually saw a change to the way ults are played out in NARAKA, where you actually have a lot less time if you're transformed, or if you have an ult that has a longer effect, that time has been reduced heavily. Crowd controlling a monk really shuts him down, because he loses a massive chunk of his time to be able to find those grabs, to be able to transition those into kills. Same with the Kylin and his dashes. So crowd control comps a lot better at handling these monk comps. As we're in what I like to call the Buccaneer phase, where everyone pulls out their cannons and muskets and starts like old pirate ships, just shooting at each other, building up rage charge to get those monks ready to go for the transforms, and also burn the pots and the resources of the enemy teams.
Yeah, absolutely. That's super important as well. Having sufficient resources to survive in these endgames is one of the most important things to manage. Right here, we do see a little bit of aggression. TJG looking to aggress, but they step back. They see the response coming out from SR. They're not wasting any time. They're going to commit that Tianhai ultimate, the Vajra state. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The AC is jumping in. That Viper ultimate. Are we seeing the stun? We are indeed. 17S could potentially go down here, but Zhao did break line of sight and get out of there. Avoiding the stun, popping that ultimate, and coming back in to save his teammate. 17S coming out of that ultimate. We see the freeze come on through. Can he survive this one? They have got quite a lot of progression on that Spirit Well. They might be able to stay up here, but Zhao Wen's going to be the one to get grabbed by Bowder. Bowder jumping in with her own monk ultimate. This could get very ugly very quickly.
Massive shutdown on SR capping there, though, denying the people who want it the most to make sure that they can't find that win. ASE, they actually jumped off the Spirit Well they were on to grease the monk comp to make sure, in case it's SR, to play denial, but the moonshot coming in from off screen here. Massive play from Han. SS is going to get knocked back. Sorry, 17S is going to get knocked back. His health bar's low. That's the kill for Mist. SR lose their monk as we cut over to Zhao. Pampy, he finds Mist with the grab, though. SR going to find the pickup, but they're interrupted. The Draco Storm is being a menace for them. ASE are not going to play the denial, though, as SR looking to cap. The health bars are low. Pampy's just looking the wrong way. He will not play the denial. SR get the Spirit Well and put Yang Depletion on the rest of the lobby.
absolute insanity. We do see 521 jumping in, and their focus was not on SR, it was on the Justinas, it was on everything else, as they don't want to be isolated in the lobby. They had the Draco Storm buff, so they were able to have full agency in that scenario. Now we have SR being forced to use their ultimate once again. Are we going to see the grabs? We are indeed, but it's on to NY7 on the Tianhai. He gets slammed, he gets cooked by the Flamebringer, the flamethrower of the game, and now picking up a Soul Bloom, going to be getting a little bit more of that ult charge. They're going to be able to move forwards, go to the safe zone, and secure themselves a little spot to call home for the upcoming carnage that will ensue.
The lobby just griefed themselves. I actually think SR could close this here. ASC have 19 kills, but they only have one player alive. Han is in the zone right now. He got jumped by TJX. As they were actually trying to buy a revive to get one of their teammates back up. This is rough.
No, he's dead!
Out 19 kills over to them, and they are knocked out of the game. Bowder, one player left, the only hope for this lobby. Maybe 521 could put enough kills together to play Denial. SR only 2 kills ahead right now, but they've got the buffs, they've got the members to work with. This is an incredibly dicey situation. We could see SR pull the victory out here in game number 4. Everyone thought it was going to be OUG, but SR right now, they have the tempo, they have the control, they have scaled into this final circle. Bowder Zem could get found in this invisibility bush. He's the last man standing. He has Yang depletion. He's hit by the Bane's breath, and S17 are just going to get the knockback in and find the kill. This could be SR's moment. They could take it all.
They certainly could. It could be fitting, no. We had Spider yesterday. SRR Gaming, ladies and gentlemen. 17S looking to aggress onto 521. Their former friendlies, you know, we were friends before, but no longer. We're jumping in with that cannon. The Flame Breath is doing damage directly to those health bars. We see that ultimate pop up. The jump in from the Mock, from Pampy. He's trying to get the grabs. He doesn't find one. Ivan gets scooped up. He might go down here. The knockback. He's not able to stay alive. Ivan goes down. 17S is standing strong, ladies and gentlemen. They still have the buff for another 20 seconds. And Fat Milk, wait a minute, out of nowhere, Jang dropping out of the sky. The drop down. 17S able to iframe with the D-transform. They might be able to salvage this one, but it's getting very aggressive. And TJG might be able to stop SR in their tracks.
This could just be the hero play from TJG, but they can see Fat Milk getting caught by the parry here. 17S applies more pressure. Can TJG turn the fight around? Zhao takes out Fat Milk. They're up to 14 kills. SR, they're closing in. Draco Storm in their pocket. 6 players left in the lobby. I think they're just going to close it out right here, right now. Pampy taken down. Another kill into the pocket of SR as Afan is on his lonesome, being run down by SR. Afan has nowhere to go. Zhao secures the kill onto him. 1 player remains. SR, they will have done it. Jumping into the zone. The denial was too little. It was too damn late.
Oh my goodness. Do they do it?
I
think they've done it, ladies and gentlemen. SR with so many kills. There you see it, the celebration coming through, the emotion. You can see it on their faces, plain as day. Ladies and gentlemen, your champions here off of 4 games. Is this a new trend? What is going on?
I cannot believe it. SR. We said it, everyone thought OUG were going to be the guys to do it. SR, honestly, a forgettable team last year. This year, it has changed dramatically. They look so crisp, they look so clean. That was a dominating performance from them, opening on a strong game in game number 1. They played consistently for the next 2. And then when they needed it, they pop off. They find the game 4 victory. Specific reaction. Such a good victory here at EWC.
Oh my goodness. I'm reeling from that. I was there last week in Burst Bi-Weekly for MBPL. OUG takes it in 4, and now we have it back-to-back in the next tournament. What on earth here in Riyadh at MSC EWC 25 Festival, ladies and gentlemen. And it's across the board too. Spider, yesterday. It's scripted, ladies and gentlemen. It's like the stars aligned. You can see it on all these other players' faces. They can't believe it. They can't believe it happened.
Double wins for the org. Both days they pull it out. Really, really impressive stuff from SR. And honestly, I have to give it to them because TJG were trying to deal with the Monk comps. They knew that SR was one of them. And unfortunately for TJG, they accidentally took out the wrong comps. And SR, this is honestly to their credit. They hid in the mess, they hid in the chaos. They were unable to be tracked, unable to be found. They put the kills together. They're going to approach that trophy. An absolutely phenomenal performance from SR. Lining up, ready to lift that trophy. It is raised on a plinth for them. SR, 3 victories today. They only gave up 1 game to OUG. They deserve it. They played so damn well today. As here they are approaching that trophy. An absolutely beautiful day from them. No one came close. It is absolutely deserved. Give it up. SR!
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your trios champions, SR! Gentlemen, 17S, Xiaohao, Rico, congratulations. Let's talk about how you did it. Doing it in that style, 4 maps, 4 games, it was phenomenal to see. Just talk us through the emotions you're feeling right now.
当然，首先也是要恭喜 SR， 恭喜所有 SR 的选手拿到这个冠军。4把比赛真的非常非常快，非常想知道现在你们的感受是如何的呢？来 Rico， 小豪来 ，OK，
非常的不可思议，没有想到我们能4把结束今天的旅行。
Okay, I never thought about we could end today's tournament with 4 games. Also, I want to ask the second question for 17S. I know in Koi Cup, you rushed into the middle of the stage and celebrate for YZG for the champion of Koi Cup. But this time, it's your turn. How does that feel like lifting the trophy with this golden ring? 那其实第2个问题特别想给到17S， 因为我们也知道在锦鲤杯 YZG 夺冠的时候，你是直接冲到了舞台中央去给你的朋友们去庆祝的，但是现在到你了，举着奖杯淋着金丝的雨是什么样的感受？
我这个冠军我等了3年，我也没想到会在今天能拿到这个冠军。是，我已经说不出其他话了，我只觉得现在很开心，很感谢我的队友，很感谢我的俱乐部，很感谢 YZG， 很感谢乾坤顾问，就这样。
Okay, I don't know what to say about this champion. I have been waiting for this champion for 3 years long. So I really want to thank all of my friends, my teammates. Also, I want to thank QGG from YZG too.
I'd like to finally ask you, you know, you have all this support, a plethora of support from everyone around the world. You've got so many fans, coach, family. What would you like to say to them in this moment?
OK， 那最后一个问题给到 Rico， 那我们也知道。你们有非常多的支持者，包括这次比赛一直以来给予你们支持的朋友也好、教练也好、队伍也好，有什么想要对他们说的呢？
谢谢你们的栽培，无论是在当初的OUG 冠总以及古总给我们的支持都非常的重要，他们两个应该是我们的贵人，把我们组在一起，一起打这游戏，然后获得这个冠军。
Okay, I really want to thank our boss, like including OUG's boss and SR's boss. I think they are really, really meaningful for us, and because of them, I can stand here. So I really want to thank them.
Well, this is the fun bit. This is the final moment. I would also like to announce here on the main stage that your MVP of the tournament, your Sony MVP, is Xiao Hao. So congratulations. I would like you to lift that trophy one more time, gentlemen, and solidify your legacy here at the Esports World Cup as champions. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise one final time for SR!
Everybody thought it was gonna be OUG after the performance they had last week. SR came in confident, came in with just absolute dominance, setting the pace from game 1, slowing down a little bit in game 2, but just making sure they got 3 out of the 4 MVPs. And that is why this squad is the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Mid-Season Championship at the Esports World Cup Festival 25 champions of trios. An insane performance, Raven. I was not expecting this type of dominance out of SR.
I don't think anyone really expected. They were one of the favorites going in, but something that they did that's super surprising. OUG, they did it with Viper. The league adjusted their sneaky play to snipe all the Transformers. But over the years, what's defined NARAKA Trios has always been your Monk. And SR showed that Transformers still to this day dominates, and they end it in 4.
Seb, you've been talking about monks. We've been talking about monks even watching the games. Those double slams. I mean, they proved that you can definitely win with them and dominate with them.
In my opinion, one of the most entertaining things in all of NARAKA is the double grab, double slam. It's one of the most exciting things to cast. And speaking of monks, making this game a whole lot easier for SR to win was Team Bauda. They were able to come in and peel for SR, allowing SR to get the revive in the middle of endgame. We rarely see that happen. And Moxie, I know you got words for this.
Yeah, we saw it when we were looking at, you know, that giraffe phase coming on through. We were like, oh, it's going to be really hard to counter strat and try and figure out what's the majority of this composition and what exactly is SR going to be playing. And like you said, Seb, Bauda absolutely had no idea the team that they were peeling when they came in for that Spirit Well to stop that Viper composition from knocking one of the Transformers out and weakening the Bartra comp as a whole as the game continued. Was SR the only team on match point eligibility?
The crazy part too is that we saw SR getting pretty much grief at the start by not just one team, multiple teams. But I feel like that Yang 2 with 5-1, once we saw that, we're like, okay, 5-1, you got to be able to stop this. That wasn't the case, Raven, because SR just came out and smashed them too.
Yeah, it's just incredibly hard to stop this Monk team. Remember, before this game, they had a massive Transformer game. They had all the momentum, and they were able to play the composition again. It's really hard to start on a composition cold, and when they're red hot, they just kept that going and stole this tournament away.
And there you have it. I mean, no questions. Specific reaction, SR, 75 points. What a gap when we talk about that in regards to first place and second place, Moxie.
Yeah, we might need to be renaming as specific gaming, more like a specific position taking. Back-to-back first place across the board for both solos and trios. I know one guy who's going to be very, very happy is the SR owner, because he was a big fan of Spider when he was actually getting to see all of our pro players, and he specifically formed the team so that he could get get his hands on Spider as a player.
Yeah, they decided to put Spider into this team, invited him on, and created a trios team, built it around Spider coming through. So having Spider there, winning the solos, and then SR's team coming in and winning the trios, it's really the cherry on top.
We've been talking about ASR. I feel like we got to take a look at the Sony MVP of the NARAKA BLADEPOINT MCS. Oh my goodness, hold on. I just want to see. Okay, Xiao, no surprise to be honest, and he's gonna be not just the winner of the Sony tournament MVP, he's gonna be the winner of just about everything because this man was just putting in an insane performance, Moxie.
Yeah, his Kylan performance was so incredibly strong. We talk about, you know, the strength of the transformer composition, the grabs were huge, but the follow-up displacement dashes as well as being able to catch when the Monk went for that slam with that next follow-through dash, Xiao was able to convert those opportunities that his team provided.
And being provided by Amazon post-match, he is going to be your kill leader. On top of that, he's going to be taking home, based on what he just won from winning everything, at 12,000 to that as well, Seb.
And add the damage dealer as well. He's got the kill leader, the damage dealer, the most amount of MVPs is going to be going to SR as we're taking a look at some of the highlights that they were able to come through to win this game.
Yeah, inside Yang, SR was an unstoppable force. And I was saying the key, just like in solos, in trios, you gotta win that second Yang. You gotta be a Yang team. And Transformers has always been the most dominant Yang composition. Off spawn, they were locked in, setting up for their first Yang, getting that loot. Now, when you play Transformers, the name of the game is to get a lot of loot so you can snowball and survive that Viper composition and endgame. And unlike the previous finals, we see that SR came with a game plan to really lock in and navigate these endgames to pick up so many kills today.
Yeah, speaking about how dominant we got to see SR being, does this make SR the record holder for most amount of MVPs? Picked up in one day if we go by percentage, because they only actually dropped 1 out of the 4 that we played.
I think that is a record. One first thing, we've seen, this is our second time only ever that we've seen a trios go to 4 games.
And so close together too. Literally 1 week within each other, which is insane.
It definitely comes from the current rule set, and like you were saying, Seb, SR, 2 games, $500,000 on the line. The owner has to be juiced up and super happy for his team. He really wanted Spider to win it. Spider's story is absolutely insane. He's been struggling against Mike, and the owner absolutely believed in Spider's performance. And the cherry on top, his trios team is also dominating, taking first.
I know that after party, when they get back home, it's going to be amazing. Not only do you win the solos, you on top of that win the trios. You get to take the most money possible, too, out of the NARAKA BLADEPOINT tournament that we have had so far. I want to take a look, though, at the Korea top plays from this whole tournament, because I'm pretty sure we have seen some amazing stuff just for today, by the way. This is just for trios, and it's going to be no surprise. I'm pretty sure we'll end up seeing a lot more SR in here.
Taking a look. This is going to be GG in the realm of Yang versus ASE. ASE did end up falling here pretty quickly, but as we're taking a look at some more of these highlights, we're going to be seeing 17S. Pole Sword scale rushes coming in at full throttle against OUG. And OUG, a team that we really expected to perform a lot better today, and SR just had their number.
Yeah, SR absolutely dominant. 17S leading the charge on the Justina. Now Xiao, the MVP on the Kylan. You're seeing him do the work, facilitating his team and also securing kills. Normally Kylan has been on that double charge, cleaning up the trash, but today he is a trash collector, and he's going to be collecting so much cash as the MVP, and his team claiming all the MVPs. That's half the pot. In 4 games, they just take it all away from everyone.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been an amazing tournament so far here at the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Mid-Season Cup Championship. And I just want to make sure we get to say bye with everybody. So guys, come on in real quick, because not only did we have an amazing solos performance yesterday out of Spider, today the whole squad for SR was able to put up the numbers, put up the dominance. So a huge special thank you to none other than NetEase, the publishers for NARAKA BLADEPOINT, for everybody at EWC, for production, and for everybody standing here. Raven, please, God, Moxie, Seb, my man, Hip Rain, Duncan, the Pirate, and then you got Creative, as well as Barney and Leah. Take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 7 weeks of competition here at the Gadia Esports Arena, we've truly had the most spectacular time. One thing that I would like to do is to give a few thanks to everyone that's been a part of this 7-week journey at the Esports World Cup. First of all, thank you so much to all the players for competing so fiercely and fearlessly right here on the main stage. Thank you to all of production for creating such an unbelievable spectacle for everyone to see. Everything that you see on your screen has been produced meticulously by stage producers, stage managers, and camera ops, and everything in between. So thank you to all of you for working so hard. To all of the broadcast talent, thank you so much for painting the pictures and telling the stories that you see on the screen. You've all worked so hard as well, and I cannot thank you enough. That is why you guys are leading the industry here in our beloved industry. And finally, thank you so much to all of you at home, because this is for you. This is your industry, this is your entertainment, and to be honest with you, everything that we do on here is for you guys at home. So thank you for supporting your favorite players and your favorite teams, and please do continue to do so. And so with that being said, that's it for us here on this stage of the Esports World Cup for 2025. Please do continue to watch and support your teams, as the club championship will be closed out at the end of this week. But for now, my name is Barney Banks. I've been your host, and see you very soon. Good night!
Contemplating all of my goals. Look, will I fold or will I chase them? I got adversity, two options. I can handle it purposefully, or I can let it murder me. But sign up for war, point out the target, show me the giants. Hold your applause, just getting started, sending the lions. Ambition ain't for the weak, I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready for me? With or without trying. Oh, you try to make me say, no, there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'm finding a way. With or without my sins. Oh, you try to make me say, no, there's nothing you can say, but I'll find a way. Now I ain't looking for handouts, I'm looking to stand out. Got the vision, come and watch how it pans out. I've been writing my plans down, trying to stay focused, put out the notice. Who the GOAT is, me hands down, yeah. No time for arguments, I cut out the politics, no. It's all my competence, I could cause your apocalypse. Ambition, it ain't for the weak, get it even when I sleep. Ready and willing, what you ready to say? But I'll find a way.